Wide awake on a second-hand futon, no bad bag leaning by the back door. They say a good swing's worth the wait, and I'm trying to believe a little more. Late night buzzings, a low hum in my chest. Maybe all these ballpark lights just mean I'm not there yet. Well, I'm not there yet. Run the bases, keep on chasing. Hearts are racing, feet keep pacing. Round in circles, all the same. Run the bases, call my name. Hey, hey, hey. Downtown flickers, boots on the blacktop. Under that moon, I count out my scars. Crowd cheers ringing in a faded highlight. Wish I could turn these bruises into stars. One more inning, I stand alone. Heavy's the glove, but they say that's how you know you've grown. Run the bases, keep on chasing. Hearts are racing, feet keep pacing. Round in circles, all the same. Run the bases, call my name. Hey, hey. Nights run longer than a rundown chase. I keep swinging even when I lose my place. Every strike just brings me home a step late, but I never walk away. Ooh, step slide, dig in deep. Maybe this is all I need. Ooh, step slide, dig in deep. I'm not folding, not this week.
At GCB Computers, we specialize in high-quality, refurbished computers that save you money without sacrificing performance. We believe in use it before you buy it. Come into our showroom, power up your future computer, and test it out yourself so you can buy with confidence. Visit GCB Computers online at www.gcbcomputers.com or call 385-515-1797. That's GCB Computers, the computer you need at a price you can afford.
Dave Grant has proudly served the community for over 50 years. Getting what you need, where you need it, when you need it, encapsulates our mission to deliver reliable and timely service. Contact us at 801-394-1621 or at www.granttrucking.com.
From the humble beginnings of Lael Bowman and Mel Kemp, the company has grown into a large steel facility supplying structural steel, reinforcing steel, and basement window systems.
With so many options available, you may find it difficult to distinguish between contractors and which one is the best qualified to handle your important project. We would like to make this decision easy for you by summarizing what sets us apart from our competitors. Kier Construction has an experienced staff, annual revenues exceeding $100 million, and Kier has evolved into a diversified general contractor with experience in multi-unit and commercial construction. Kier Construction invites you to experience the difference. Call us at 801-627-1414.
Welcome into the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. Arden Locke here, and we are back in Ogden at Lindquist Field. It is good to be back. The Raptors have played their last 6 games out on the road, And the Great Falls Voyagers are back in Ogden. Feels like they were really just here as they were part of the 9-game homestand that the Raptors played just about a week and a half ago. But as we come into this game, the Raptors come in sitting at 19-14. They are on a, not even would call it a streak, but they have won one game recently. And the Great Falls Voyagers sit in the same place. 13-20 have also won their most recent game. Ogden is coming off of a 6-game series against the Boise Hawks, which they split. They lost the first game, claimed games 2 and 3, lost 4 and 5, and then recently won game 6. But exciting news for the Raptors was that they did manage to walk away with a knockout round victory in game 2. It was their first time this season that they have won a knockout round, and their last 2 losses had come against the Boise Hawks in the knockouts. So good to get a little bit of a revenge there if you are the Ogden Raptors. And then on the other side, the Great Falls Voyagers have actually not played a 6-game series since they were here in Ogden. Since then, they have played 3 3-game series. The 2 most recent ones have been against the Billings Mustangs and the Idaho Falls Chuckers. The Billings Mustangs, they won the first one and then lost the second 2. And then against the Chuckers, not the way they wanted that series to go. They lost 2 of those 3 games, and that's coming against a team that is second to last in the Pioneer League. So definitely not the way that Sean Rapay and his Voyagers wanted that series to go. But since playing the Raptors, like we said, which was about a week and a half ago, they've played 9 games. They are 4-5 in those 9 games. For the Raptors, they are 6-3. They've won 6 of their last 9. They sit at 6-3. So the Raptors have been playing a little bit better than the Great Falls Voyagers have since they last met up. But in the last meeting, it was a close one. They split the series. The Ogden Raptors lost game 1, and then they won games 2, 3, and 4, and then the Voyagers claimed games 5 and 6. So as of now, this is technically speaking the quote-unquote rubber match for these teams, as right now they are knotted up at 3-3 on the year on the series. So this will be a 6-game series going all the way through the weekend. Obviously, the Fry Sauce are playing tomorrow. And then it'll be really up to see whose team can correct myself. It's a 3-game series. So at the end of this series, with the odd amount of games, we're guaranteed to have a team who has the winning margin over the other one. You can see on your screen everyone getting warmed up. If you're joining us on Home Team Live, we appreciate it. You can also listen to the audio stream on YouTube. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll go over league standings, starting lineups, and field alignment. That'll be after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
It starts with a vision, a goal that sets the wheels in motion. The path may be rough, but with grit, hard work, and the right support, no race is too tough. No goal beyond reach. Bank of Utah provides all the tools and expertise I need to get across the finish line. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with Bank of Utah today.
Bowman Kemp Manufacturing has been in business for over 50 years. From the humble beginnings of Lael Bowman and Mel Kemp, the company has grown into a large steel facility supplying structural steel, reinforcing steel, and basement window systems. The rebar and structural departments supply the United States, while the basement window systems division supplies the United States and Canada from coast to coast.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. Arden Locke for the matchup between the Great Falls Voyagers and the Ogden Raptors. And as promised, we're going to take a quick look at the Pioneer League standings currently. It's been tightening up at the top. Long Beach Coast has a 1-game lead over the Billings Mustangs. They are 26-7. The Billings Mustangs 25-7. Both of them have 1-1. That's their quote-unquote streak right now. The Boise Hawks, who the Raptors just split their series against, sit at 20-13. Obviously, the Raptors would have loved to snag one more game in that series as they sit a game behind Boise and Modesto. They're that group of three, the Glacier Range Riders, the Ogden Raptors, and the Missoula Paddleheads. Excuse me, just the Glacier Range Riders and the Ogden Raptors, who sit at 19 and 14. Below them, you have the Paddleheads at 16 and 17, the Oakland Ballers 14 and 19, and then the bottom four teams are the Great Falls Voyagers, the Yuba Sutter Freebirds, the Idaho Falls Chuckers, and the Red Pocket Mobiles. Idaho Falls had been pretty consistently taking up that bottom spot in 12th place, but the Red Pocket Mobiles have actually fallen below them, so it's good news for the Chuckers, largely in part because of the 2 games in the 3-game series that they picked up against the Great Falls Voyagers. You know, everyone knows that in baseball, great plays are often bang bang. At Red Pocket Mobile, a real person answers in around 2 minutes or less by phone or chat. No bench time, just real help when you need it. Step up to better wireless at redpocket.com, proud sponsor of the Pioneer Baseball League. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier. So getting ready to get underway here, it will be the Great Falls Voyagers taking their step into the batter's box first. And so we'll take a quick look at their batting lineup. They'll start off with Zach Blazik, and then it'll be Tommy Specht, followed up by Kyle Schmack. Kyle Schmack was absolutely phenomenal the last time these two teams played. In that series, he went 16 for 28. He played in every single game, and he batted .571 on that series. So definitely liked this ballpark. He liked the elevation, and definitely looking out to see how he performs in this series. In the 4-hole, you'll have Trey Cruz, who's followed up by Ethan Ott, and then Anthony Swenda. And the final 3 holes will be taken up by Ryan Shawnsby, Antonio Barranca, and Vincent Temesveri. So that is a very similar lineup to what the Great Falls Voyagers brought last time they came. The only new face that the Raptors have not seen before is Ryan Shawnsby, who's batting 7th, and he is playing first base today. And it'll be Chance Cox on the mound for the Great Falls Voyagers. But they will be going up against the defense of the Raptors, and it is Lucas Boson getting on the mound for them today. The Raptors have really consistently been getting a better starting lineup, and especially on the mound. Excuse me. So Lucas Boson will be on the mound. Dylan Wilkinson will be catching. They've been giving Hank Dodson's legs a bit of a rest recently, as they had that 9-game and 10-day homestand. Then they went out to Boise. They played directly the next day. So they have now played 15 games in, I think, about 16 days. 17 days, I think, is what the number is. So they've been busy. It'll be Gio Ferraro out on first, Cole Jordan on second, Chase Valentine at short, and Carmine Lane at third. Similar infield rotation. And then in the outfield, Kyler Stuncato, Colson Lawrence, and Bradley Pell. Let's take a quick look at Lucas Boson, who is the starting pitcher for the Ogden Raptors. They added him to their roster a couple weeks ago, and he's been pretty great since then. His last game came against the Boise Hawks in the really tight 9-8 loss that they took in Game 1. He went an inning at 3 innings and a third, allowed 9 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, just gave up 2 home runs, was really his big issue. But so far this year, he has, not had the exact year that he wanted per se with his 2 starts. His other start came against the Great Falls Voyagers, so he has seen this team before. His first start as a Raptor came against the Great Falls Voyagers in Game 5. The Voyagers took that game 13-10. In that game, he went 2 innings, allowed 9 hits, 7 runs, and 3 walks. So a big thing today will be, can Lucas Boson extend his outing past the, second and third inning? Ideally, they need to get him to the 5th or the 6th inning. When the Raptors are winning games, their starting pitcher is going to about the 5th inning, if not the 6th. And then if they reach the 7th, they've won a very high amount of time. So if you look at it, the average amount of innings that their pitcher has gone in wins for the Ogden Raptors is 5.84 innings. In their losses, the pitchers are only going about 3 1/3 innings. So we need the starting pitcher to make it about 5 innings and a little bit more if you're a Raptors fan. If you're a Great Falls Voyagers fan, you're going to want those bats to heat up very, very quickly and see if you can force Lucas Boson to go packing. Another thing to be aware of is, because the Raptors have played so many games in so many days, which the Great Falls Voyagers are in a similar position, having had those 3 series of 3 games. The pitching staffs are stretched right now. If you do it well enough, you can get it so that your starters are getting a decent amount of rest, but it's largely the bullpens that are really just taking a toll right now, and they've just played so many games, so it becomes even more important for your starting pitcher to really go the distance and see if they can extend a little bit. If you're watching on HTN, you can see that flag flapping out on your screen in center field. It is a windy one out here today. It's definitely going to play a factor. It's 85 degrees, so it's still pretty warm. It's a little bit hazy as we've had quite a few fires throughout the Utah state as a whole, and then also a few smaller ones here in Ogden. But today the wind is at 18 miles an hour. It's expected to increase until about 7 p.m. So our first and second innings will see an increase in wind, but the gusts are going up to 34 miles an hour. It's northwest. Right now it looks like it's kind of blowing in a little bit into right field, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on because when I was watching BP this morning or this afternoon, the flag was going absolutely out into center field, and basically any ball with a tiny bit of air under it was clearing out of this ballpark. So definitely something to keep an eye on. We will keep you posted on that. We're going to pause quickly. We'll stay right here, but we'll sit and listen to the national anthem. When we come back, we'll be just about ready to start off game one of this series between the Great Falls Voyagers and the Ogden Raptors. I mean, we have talked about the amount of games that these teams have played and how busy that they've been, but our guy who just sang the national anthem, he came out here and sang the national anthem last week during the homestand, so he's also been working overtime, and he's working hard. Had play ball set, and we're getting ready to get underway here, so the players will sign a couple autographs, and we're getting ready to get going. So the Great Falls Voyagers finished their series last time against the Ogden Raptors the exact way that they wanted to. They won the final two games in that series, 13-10 and 17-4. It was a pretty high-scoring series. It was one that obviously saw a very high amount of home runs in game one of that series. Sean Rapay, the manager of the Great Falls Voyagers, spoke about his team as one that is more so used to just putting the ball on the ground, getting it in play, and then just making his players run around the bases. Small ball is largely what they play. Game one of the series was not that. Last time they came here, it was a 22-13 victory for the Great Falls Voyagers, and I believe they had 8 home runs in that game. Almost every single member of their team had a home run in that one. It was one where the ball was sailing out of the park, and it was also kind of windy that day, so it will be interesting to see if today the wind plays a similar factor. But like I said, as of now, it's blowing in from left field towards right. It's more of a crosswind than anything, but it's definitely going to affect the ball. If you see there are trees out to our right outside of the stadium, that flag is a great indication. And then also just take a look at the players' uniforms. If any of the players like to wear a slightly looser uniform, you're going to see it flapping in the wind all throughout today. So if you're watching on Home Team Network, that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. And if you're joining us on YouTube, I'll do my absolute best to describe the level of wind out here for you. But Boson is throwing his final few warm-up pitches, and we'll take a look at the umpires, obviously, as well, because we have gone over our starting lineups, gone over the field alignment, but our umpires are just as important. Scott Ginger will be behind home plate, Rob Minter at first, and Larry Pfister will be over there at third base. The Voyagers base coaches will run out and take their positions, and Ogden Raptors baseball is just about returned to Ogden after about 7 days out on the road, but the Raptors have played, and the Great Falls Voyagers have just played a huge amount of baseball in the last 2 weeks. First pitch from Boson is right down the middle for a called strike. Next pitch is grounded. It's caught on a 2-hop from Gio Ferraro, and he'll take it to first base himself for the first out of this ball game. So far on the season, Boson has managed just 2 strikeouts. So he's a guy that they're going to be expecting to put a lot of more balls in play on the ground, and that infield is likely going to put in a lot of work today. First pitch misses just a hair too low to Tommy Specht. Specht, the left-hander, very open stance. His right foot is just skirting the outside line of the batter's box. The 1-0 pitch is line drive on 2 hops, caught by Chase Valentine, and he'll give it off to Gio Ferraro. So 4 pitches, 2 outs for Lucas Boson. A great start to this game so far. Kyle Schmack, who was phenomenal in their last series. I mentioned it. He batted .571 the last time that he was in Ogden. His 2 series since then have not gone the way that he wanted. 8 for 27, batting .296. But he's had a hit in his last 6 games. First pitch to him. Misses just a bit too high and inside for ball 1. Boson likes to work pretty quickly. The pitch clock not an issue for him. Next pitch catches the outside of the zone for a called strike. Dylan Wilkinson will be working behind the plate for the Ogden Raptors. Hank Dodson is their pretty consistent catcher, but with the amount of games they've played, they're giving him a rest. Next pitch from Boson, 72 miles an hour, and just drops into the strike zone. Great pitch with quite a lot of movement, and we're 1-2. Schmack will take time and step out of the batter's box. This 6-game series is really every game so far for the Raptors has felt important because they've just been sitting in that middle section of the Pioneer League standings, but string a few wins together and they could really work themselves back into it. And Boson gets a strikeout. Kyle Schmack is way ahead of the 4th pitch of the at-bat, and it takes just 8 pitches for Lucas Boson to get through the first 3 batters of the Great Falls Voyagers batting order. When we come back in the bottom of the first, we'll look at the Raptors batting order and the Voyagers field alignment, but that'll be after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
GCB Computers. Refurbished, reliable, and ready to go. The computer you need at the price you can afford.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. And as promised, we're going to take a look at what the Great Falls Voyagers field alignment looks like so far today. It'll be Chance Cox out there on the hill. Antonio Barranca will be doing the catching. Ryan Shawnsby, the new face for the Raptors in the way that they did not see him last time the Voyagers came and traveled to Ogden, will be playing first. Zach Blazik at second, Trey Cruz at short, and Anthony Swenda will be at third. And then in the outfield, Kyle Schmack is in left, Vincent Temisveri in center, and Tommy Specht will be out in right field. So far this season, Chance Cox has played quite a few times. His most recent start came against the Billings Mustangs. That was in their 10-3 victory in that 3-game series. It was the only win they picked up in that series. He went 4 innings, allowed 6 hits, 3 runs, 5 walks, and 6 strikeouts. And if you go back to when they were in Ogden, Chance Cox had his professional debut against the Raptors. He went 4 innings, allowed 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them were earned, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. So he's a guy that you can expect to put a few Ks out on the mound. And quickly, we'll look at the Ogden Raptors batting order that he will be going up against. It's led off by Chase Valentine. Bradley Pell will be batting second, Cole Jordan third. 4, 5, and 6 are Lane, Stancato, and Lawrence. And then it'll be the DH, Sebastian Greco, followed up by Gio Ferraro and Dylan Wilkinson, rounding out the batting order. The Raptors did not have as strong of a batting week as they were hoping. First pitch misses outside to Valentine. They were the best offense in the Pioneer League at the start of their last homestand in terms of batting average, RBIs, all of that. Recently, Billings Mustangs has overtaken that place, that spot, but the Ogden Raptors sit in second for batting average in the Pioneer League. So definitely not something to smirk at. The Raptors have been very high production when it comes to offense. Valentine gets under this one and lifts it foul and makes the count 1-2. Cox's ERA this season is 9.0. He's had 2 appearances, and both of them have been starts. So that first one, as the next pitch is in there for a called strike, and we're 2-2. That first one was his professional debut that I mentioned, and then the last one was against the Mustangs. But he hasn't gone more than 4 innings this season. The 3-1 pitch is swung on and pulled foul, and we are full. Something to be aware of. In the games that the Raptors have won this year, the opponent's starting pitcher has gone just shy of 4 innings, and in the games that they've lost, the starting pitcher has gone over 5, as the 3-2 pitch misses too high and it's leadoff walk. So if Boson has only gone 4 innings in both of his 2 starts, that would bode pretty well for the Ogden Raptors, just based on their averages so far this year. Bradley Pell will be up next. He's playing right field today. Pell on the season is batting at .330, which usually would not be that bad, but puts him a little bit lower in the statistical hierarchy on the Ogden Raptors. Their top 2 batting averages are Stancato and Bivacqua at .475 and .429. And all but 3 members of their active lineup are batting above .300. First pitch is swung on and missed by Bradley Pell. In the series against Boise, Pell went 4 for 17. He had a bit of a cold bat. Stands at the ready for the 0-1 pitch, and it comes, and this one's fouled away. It's quickly 0-2. 3 of the 6 Boise games, Pell did not record a hit. He went 0 for 5 in Game 1, 0 for 2 in Game 2, and 0 for 3 in Game 5. In the other 3 games, he picked up 4 hits, but the 4 for 17 mark wasn't exactly what he was aiming for. He's got to protect now as the 0-2 pitch comes in. Chase Valentine will go, and it comes in and hits Pell on the upper inside of his back. So after going behind 0-2, Bradley Pell just wears one, and he'll walk down to first base. So it's a leadoff walk and then a hit by pitch to make it first and second. Cole Jordan, the second baseman, will step in. .352 batting average on the season. He was a little bit quieter last week, going 9 for 30. Valentine on second. Pell on first. First pitch misses too high, and it was good news for Bradley Pell as he was taking his lead in the first base to second base line. He was still getting the Velcro done on his sliding mitt. Here comes the 1-0, and it's poked foul. Cole Jordan's not pleased that he swung at that one. Took his right hand and pounded his bat a couple times, just not pleased with his pitch selection as that one was up and out of the zone. Now 1-1 to Cole Jordan. Here comes the pitch. He shows bunt, unable to put it down, and it's going to be a strike. So now it's 1-2. Jordan's in his 3rd season with the Ogden Raptors. His first year with them, he had a .322 batting average. Last year was .346. And this year, as we're 33 games into the season, batting at .352, the best yet. The pickoff throw back to second is not in time. Chase Valentine is a base runner that you need to watch out for. He leads the team with 16 stolen bases, and had Bradley Pell not got hit by that pitch, he probably would have picked up his 17th. The 1-2 pitch is down in the dirt, ball 2. The thing about Chase Valentine, too, out on the base pass is not only is he fast and a threat, but he just has the art of keeping your attention if you're the pitcher. If you're Chance Cox, you just see out of the corner of your eye Chase Valentine in his red and blue tie-dye jersey just dancing along the base pass. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed by Cole Jordan for a strikeout. First out of the inning is recorded. Something that you expect to see from Chance Cox. He does pitch to strike out a fair amount. On the season, he's got 11 strikeouts in just 2 appearances. Carmine Lane will step in now. Chase Valentine continues to dance on the base pass. First pitch to Lane is fouled back into the netting. In the last homestand, Carmine didn't play every single one of the games, as the pickoff throw back to second base is not in time once again. But in all of the games that Carmine played in, he had a hit. So Linquist Field has been treating him well. He also got treated pretty well out in Boise. He went 13 for 28. In comes the pitch. The runners go, and Chase Valentine dives head into third base for his 17th steal of the season. Bradley Pell also picks up a steal, and those are steals number 63 and 64 for the Ogden Raptors this season. They have been aggressive on the base paths, to say the least. So now anything into the outfield will score Lane, and if it's positioned well enough, will likely also score Pell. Carmine Lane stands with his teal bat on his right shoulder. The 1-1 pitch is up and inside, and that's ball 2. On the season, Lane bats .360, and he has phenomenal plate discipline as he's walked the most of anyone on the team. This one is lined past an outstretched Zach Blazek's glove at second base. That'll go down all the way to the warning track, and Chase Valentine, along with Bradley Pell, will come in to score as Carmine Lane makes it standing up to second base, and the Raptors have opened up a 2-0 lead in the bottom of this first inning. That's Carmine's 14th double of the year and his 20th extra base hit. We'll get a called time from the Great Falls Voyagers, and my favorite Montana Mountain Man, as me and Tyson Whiting named him last time, pitching coach Chuck Shirley, will jaunt out to the mound. I don't know if jaunt is the way to describe the way he walks. It's more of a, I think slow saunter is probably the best way I can put it. Runners on second. Carmine Lane has scored 2 already. And while we have a second, maybe it won't even be the only time in the broadcast that we do it, but have to give a happy birthday shout out to our fan camera operator, Joshua Ijeka. It is his 26th birthday today, and he's out here putting in work for us, standing just outside the Ogden Raptors dugout right now. Our fan cam is doing the most. Kyler Stincato will step in now after Lane scored the last 2 runners. First pitch to him just misses barely, and that's ball 1. Stincato has only had 59 at-bats, which doesn't quite legitimately qualify him for the best batting average on the team, but he does have it in terms of not limiting at-bats, and he lines this one right back the middle. That'll go down as a base hit, and it will advance Carmine Lane 90 feet to third base. So Stincato, with his .475 team leading batting average, puts down another hit. And the Raptors now have runners on the corners with just one out in this first inning. Colson Lawrence, the team leader in home runs, steps in now. He's been a powerful bat. He's in the top 5 in the Pioneer League for batting average at .397. First pitch to him is hit hard in the air. Going back to the wall is Temisveri. And that one bounces, I think, out of here. It came back into the ballpark, but we're getting a ruling. That is a home run. I think that ball hit the flagpole out in center field and bounced back into Lindquist Field, but Colson Lawrence adds on to his team-leading home runs, and that is his 11th of the season to open up a 5-0 lead for the Ogden Raptors in just the bottom of the first. Three-run homer as Colson Lawrence celebrates there in the dugout. And not only has he had 11 home runs this season, but he also hit 4 over the fence in the knockout round in Boise in Game 2, and that's ultimately what won them the game. So he's having quite a week. First pitch to Sebastian Greco is waved on and missed. The 0-1 pitch, and that one misses way outside. We're 1-1. This was kind of the game that you expected if you were the Great Falls Voyagers or the Ogden Raptors. All but one of their games were very high scoring as Greco swings and misses on the 1-1. And you were pretty much ready for another high scoring battle. One, two now to Sebastian Greco. The Voyagers still looking for their second out of the inning, and he swings and misses for strikeout number 2 of the inning and out number 2 of the inning. Gio Ferraro will dig in now. He's batting 8th today while playing first base. Ferraro bats .368. He's got the second best batting average of anyone with significant at-bats on the team. First pitch from the lefty Cox. It works inside on Ferraro for ball 1. Next pitch misses as well, and we're 2-0. So Chance Cox in his third outing in professional baseball has not started the way he wanted. Next pitch is in there at the top of the zone for a called strike. His most runs that he has allowed is 6, and that came against the Ogden Raptors in Game 4 of their last series. The next pitch is pulled up the third baseline foul. Against the Mustangs, he went 4 innings and allowed just 3 runs. The Billings Mustangs, a team that ranks 2nd in the Pioneer League and has the best batting average of anyone in the Pioneer League. The 2-2 pitch is fouled away, and Ferraro manages to stay alive. Ferraro after battling. It's 2-2 once again. Chance Cox looking for strikeout number 3, despite allowing 5 runs already in this inning. Here comes the pitch, and it's lifted into right field. The wind has got it, and it's tailing right, likely out of play, and that one is out of play towards the play structure out in right field. Man, if that ball is any indication of the havoc that the wind is about to wreak tonight, we are in for an interesting game when any ball is lifted in the air. That one started basically between the first and second base, and it just tailed and tailed and tailed until it was out of play. Flag out in the outfield, still whipping. The 2-2 pitch is too high, and we're full. The count is full is what our Sesame Street count says out on the big screen. The 3-2 pitch is too high, and that is the second walk of the inning and the third free pass issued from Chance Cox. Dylan Wilkinson, who is playing catcher tonight, has to take off his leg guards. As any catcher knows, if there's 2 outs and you're on deck, you keep those things on. But Gio Ferraro walk means that Dylan Wilkinson will come up. He is the epitome of a utility player. He's practically played every single position out there on the field. He's played first, he's played catch, he's played almost every position in the outfield. First pitch to him, misses outside. Kind of the only places that he hasn't played are shortstop and third base, which have been pretty consistently occupied by Chase Valentine and Carmine Lane. The 1-0 pitch, and that one misses outside too. That gets out of the glove of Barranca, and that'll be enough for Gio Ferraro to take second. That one will likely go down as a passed ball, as it was not a wild pitch by any stretch of the imagination. Wilkinson now looks at a 2-0 count. In comes the pitch, and he pulls this one past the left hand of Ed Campanello, who's the first base coach, foul. Wilkinson's looking to get his bat going. He's batting .323 on the season, but in the last series against the Hawks, he played in game 1, 4, and 6, and just went 1 for 11 throughout those games. Here comes the 2-1, and he gets under this one out of play. And that one, a loud bang on the metal roofing here at Lindquist Field. It echoed all the way here into our booth. Evan Parker signals out his calls to his base runner Ferraro and his batter Wilkinson. The 2-2 pitch is just barely poked foul. Wilkinson's body went backwards as his hands went towards the ball, and he barely got any lumber on that one to stay alive, but he did manage. Wilkinson looking for just his second hit in the last 3 games. The 2-2 is down in the dirt. Barranca keeps it in front of him, and Wilkinson holds up his right hand to signal to Ferraro to stay where he is, and the count is full. Ferraro is on second, 2 outs. The Raptors have already scored 5 in the bottom of this first inning. Here comes the pitch, and that one's inside. 4th free base of the inning already issued by Chance Cox. And that's back-to-back going to Dylan Wilkinson and Gio Ferraro. So the Raptors have officially batted around just in this first inning. Chase Valentine steps in now. Runners on first and second for him. He walked his last time up. The first pitch to him works way inside. Barranca had to basically get out of his crouch to corral that one. Cox just looked like he held on to that one a little bit too long. Cox is already at 40 pitches. This is 41. And that pitch is a called strike to make the count 1-1. Runners on first and second. Cox checks on Ferraro. Here comes the pitch, and this one is lightly tapped. The third baseman lets it go foul. And that was wise from Anthony Swenda, as it was not hit with a lot of power. Chase Valentine, one of the quickest players on the team. He leads the team in steals, was about 2/3 of the way to first base already. And it would have been a tough backhand snag and then transfer for Swenda. So he let that one go out foul. If anyone's tuning in tonight and wants to use the text line, it's 385-240-1121. 385-240-1121. I believe we will have the owner of the Ogden Raptors, Dave Baggett, coming in to chat with us. So if you have any questions to ask him, as well as our 2 manager interviews of the Voyagers and Raptors managers. So any questions you want answered, send them in. The 1-2 pitch to Valentine is pulled into left field. That'll go down as a base hit, if not more. Coming around from second to score is Gio Ferraro. Dylan Wilkinson will hold up at second, and Chase Valentine will stand on first with an RBI single that gives the Raptors a 6-run bottom of the first already. The Raptors lost the top spot in terms of offense in the Pioneer League, and they took that personally. They've already got 4 hits and 6 runs in this first inning. Here comes first pitch to Bradley Pell. That one misses too high. Pell was hit by a pitch his last time up. He fell behind 0-2 and then got nailed in the back. So this at-bats already started off better for him than last time. Here comes the pitch. That one's up and inside on him. 6-0 in the bottom of this first inning. 2 outs for Chance Cox and the Voyagers. Looking to string together their second win in a row. The 2-0 pitch, and that one's inside on Pell as well. Both of these teams had been on a 2-game losing streak before they won their most recent game before coming to Ogden. The 3-0 pitch to Pell, and that one misses too low. A 4-pitch walk, and that's the 4th walk and the 5th free base of this inning. So now the bases are loaded for Cole Jordan, who was the first strikeout of this inning. The only 2 outs of this inning have come via strikeouts. It was Cole Jordan and Sebastian Greco who were on the receiving end of both of those. So the bases are loaded for Cole Jordan. He's batted in 40 players this season, and that's a team leading stat. So he's the man that you want at the plate when there are bases loaded. Cole Jordan has also only grounded into a double play once this year, which not that the double play would be relevant, but that stat just shows that he's not putting the ball on the ground very often. He's usually lifting it and getting it into the outfield, which is fairly good news for the Raptors as there is a force at any base right now. So roll call, we have Wilkinson on third, Valentine on second, and Bradley Pell on first. Chance Cox is 2 pitches away from reaching 50 in just his first inning of work, and the Voyagers do have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. That's Kevin Warwick. First pitch is a ball to Cole Jordan. The 1-0 is swung on and missed by Jordan. We're 1-1. Cole is one of the returners this year. He's a co-captain. Trying to bolster his team even farther ahead. The 1-1 pitch is fouled back into the netting behind home plate, and he's behind 1-2. Jordan trying to avoid making up for 2 of the 3 outs in this inning. Obviously, your lineup has usually had success if you're coming up twice, but you never want to beat 2 of the outs. The 1-2 pitch is popped up into the air. It's caught by the wind and going right. Going over on it is center fielder Vincent Temesbury, and he will make the catch. But the Ogden Raptors score 6 runs on 4 hits, along with 5 free passes from Chance Cox, and they have a 6-0 lead as we head into the top of the second inning after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
At the Prairie Schooner, you can dine in a covered wagon while enjoying our delicious hand-cut steaks, fresh seafood, and signature desserts. Go to prairieschoonerrestaurant.com or call us at 801-392-2712 to reserve your table today.
Welcome back from the break. Tonight's broadcast is presented on the Home Team Network for live video streaming, on YouTube for audio-only coverage, and on 88.9 FM for In the Park Radio.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. Arden Locke, and we are joined, one of the best segments of our broadcast, in my opinion, with skipper Evan Parker for the Ogden Raptors. How we doing, Evan?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, good. Well, welcome back to Ogden. First question that has to be asked, how do you manage the load of this many games in, very few amount of days?
Yeah, obviously that's part of the game plan as it pertains to pretty much our entire season, from spring training to the to the playoffs, you have to think about what your workload is. One thing that I like to say is that you need to invest more than you spend. You know, you gotta you just can't waste too much energy doing things that you don't need to do. You need to be fresh to play, essentially, is what I mean by that. So, you know, that's kind of our focus, and I'm very happy with the way we've been playing. I think my count is that we're like 16 of our last 21, I believe.
Yep.
Is what it is. So, you know, we could probably pull the clip of you interviewing me at some point. I said, hey, it's back in the early part of the season. I said, hey, we just got to get hot and go on a heater, and things will be all right. So we've done that. Our goal is to keep that going.
How helpful is it to have, played a team twice now where you saw the Voyagers just about a week and a half ago?
Sure, yeah, you know, they just had one of their best players, Aiden Redahan, get picked up. That kid was a really good player, and so that's good for our league. But you know that when a team has a guy go out of their lineup, there might be something that they're susceptible with there. But at the same time, these guys can hit, man. These guys can play. This is a good team, and so they're a threat 1 through 9. I was studying their lineup earlier when Sean sent it over to me, and so we just got to obviously capitalize on putting up a 0 in the first defensively, and then putting up 6 offensively in the first.
Absolutely. That's skipper Evan Parker for the Ogden Raptors. As always, we appreciate your time.
Hey, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah,
I mean, like Evan said, we're essentially just building up clips to be referenced later. We'll make that a new segment, as every single member of our tech team just groaned as I said that. The next pitch misses from Lucas Bosin, and it's 2-2. Trey Cruz flew out to start the inning to Chase Valentine, who went over in barely fair area to make the catch. So there's 1 out, 2-2 pitch, and that one's too low in the dirt to Ethan Ott. And Evan Parker mentioned it. The best player on the Great Falls Voyagers, Aiden Redahan, he was batting .459, led their team in hits, in doubles, in extra base hits. He just got picked up as this one is lifted high into the air. It's still arcing upwards, now barely coming down. It continues to tail right, and it's Bradley Pell settling under it for the second out of the inning. So it's 2 outs now, and I don't think I have the power of the announcer's curse, so I'm just going to say it. The Lucas Bosin has faced the minimum thus far. 2 outs, trying to go the minimum through 2 innings. First pitch to Swenda, misses up too high. The 1-0 pitch, and that one catches the bottom part of the zone for strike 1. Swenda right now is batting at .315. He's got the best plate discipline of anyone on the team, working the most walks of anyone at 35. The 1-1 pitch misses outside. There's something to that, knowing if you're Lucas Bosin that you're going to have to challenge the strike zone to get this guy out. He's not going to chase. He's not really going to provide any of the strikes for you. The 2-1 pitch, and that one misses outside. It's 3-1. Swenda, who is playing third base today. His counterpart, Carmine Lane, is set up just about 6 feet inside the outfield line. The 3-1 pitch, and that one misses too high. It's Bosin's first walk of the night. And shoot, I might be getting evidence that I do have the ability to announcer's curse. So in steps Ryan Shawnsby, left-handed batter. The first pitch to him works in there for a called strike. That's that off-speed pitch that Boson offers. It's 72 miles an hour. It starts out high and outside if you're a lefty, and then just nosedives into the strike zone. 0-1 as Swenda is on first base. The next pitch also in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Shawnsby played his college ball recently at Washington State University, as the next pitch is pulled foul. This past season at Washington State, he batted .322, totaled up 19 extra base hits and 57 RBIs. And Shawnsby is playing first base, which is the infield is where Redahan played, their star player, so that was a pickup largely caused by the departure of Aiden. The 0-2 pitch coming into Shawnsby, and that one's a little bit too low in the dirt. Shawnsby's batting stance is an interesting one, as his body almost looks like it's in two parts. His legs are pretty straight. They angle slightly backwards, and then he hinges his hips slightly and leans forward. So you have about a 160-degree angle between his legs and his body. This one is lined back up the middle, and it is going to be Lucas Boson trying to make the play at first. He's unable to do so. That ball bounced up and out of his glove. He had to shuffle to his right to corral it, and then all of those extracurriculars just made it barely enough time for Shawnsby to make it off to first base. So that's the first hit, if it does go down as a hit, for the Great Falls Voyagers. So now with 2 outs, you've got Shawnsby on first and Anthony Swenda on second for the catcher Antonio Barranca. Barranca has almost an opposite stance of Shawnsby, just incredibly upright, forming essentially a line from his feet all the way up to his black helmet. First pitch to him is a called ball. Not sure there's ever been an uncalled ball. Boson checks on Swenda at second. Here comes the pitch, and that one misses to make it 2-0. Jerseys for the Ogden Raptors today are their red and blue tie-dye jerseys. Red hats, blue bills to go along with white pants. I think they might be my favorite jerseys that the Ogden Raptors wear. The 2-0 pitch is fouled back out of play. The Great Falls Voyagers are wearing their red jerseys, black numbers with a green outline, gray pants, black helmets when they are batting. It's a pretty clean look. The numbers are an announcer's dream, as they're a dark color and outlined with a light color. Things that you don't know that you are going to appreciate until you're an announcer. The 2-1 pitch gets away from Dylan Wilkinson. That one bounces all the way into the Voyagers dugout, and it'll allow both base runners to extend 90 feet. So now for Antonio Barranca, with 2 outs, he still has to put down a hit, but any hit will score Anthony Swenda from third, and will work the Voyagers a little bit closer out of this 6-run deficit they're in currently. The next pitch misses up high, and that's a walk by Lucas Boson. That's his second of this inning, second of the game. So now the bases are loaded for Vincent Temesbury. On the year, he bats .349. He's got 29 RBIs on this season thus far. That's just 5 less than the team lead. First pitch to him misses just a bit too high for ball 1. Now. The Raptors still lead this one 6-0, but the Voyagers with the bases loaded, best position they've been all night. Here comes the pitch, and that one catches the outside of the strike zone for a called strike. Temesbury had a look back at our home plate umpire, Scott Ginger, like he didn't totally agree with the call, but chose not to use a red pocket mobile challenge. 1-1 with 2 outs in the top of this second. Here comes the pitch, an off-speed that just misses the top of the zone. That was that similar pitch that Bosun's been throwing, the high off-speed that basically nosedives. And it's 2-1. The Raptors are just one game out of third place in the Pioneer League. And the 2-1 is swung on and missed to make it 2-2. The Great Falls Voyagers sit at 13-20. And they are just 6 wins out of last place. For the Raptors, they're trying to kind of claw their way up into that top 4, top 3 in the Pioneer League. The Great Falls Voyagers are trying to put together a record that matches the quality level of baseball team that they are. The 2-2 pitch is hit hard into right field, but it is sailing out of play and sailing even farther now as the wind catches it. We'll do the 2-2 again after that foul ball. Bases loaded. Bosun going up against Temisveri, and his next pitch misses outside. The count is full, and Bosun doesn't have anywhere to put him. Bosun's already walked 2 batters so far in this inning. And this is an instance where you have to challenge the strike zone, and if Temisveri swings, just have to trust your infield and your defense to make a play. Here comes a 3-2 pitch, and it's fouled back. We'll do it all over again. Every single runner was going as Bosun entered into his motion. The 3-2 count and 2 outs. Really no other option if you're a runner. Bosun searching for strikeout number 2 on the night. Trying to keep the Voyagers with a big fat 0 on the scoreboard. The 3-2 pitch, and that one misses too low, and Bosun has walked a man home. Not exactly the flashy way to score a run, but 3 walks along with a single, and Anthony Swenda scores one of his easiest runs of the year. And the bad news for Lucas Bosun is the bases are still loaded. Back to the top of the batting order with Zach Blazik. He grounded out to Gio Ferraro at first base last time up. Here comes the first pitch to him. That get past Dylan Wilkinson. It bounces off the backstop, and coming in to score will be Ryan Shawsby. So after going 5 up, 5 down to start this game, Bosun has walked a batter, given up a single, walked 2 more batters, and then threw a wild pitch that scored someone. Bosun will be looking to quiet things down now. Every runner is also able to advance 90 feet, so now it's Barranca on third and Temisveri on second. Here comes the pitch, and this one is grounded to Gio Ferraro. Almost an identical hit to Blazik's last one, and Gio Ferraro will make the out unassisted once again. So Lucas Bosun somewhat minimizes the damage, and his Raptors still lead at 6-2 as we head into the bottom of the second inning on the Ogden Raptors broadcast network.
GCB Computers. Refurbished, reliable, and ready to go. The computer you need at the price you can afford.
LWE has become an industry leader and performed new construction and retrofit work to companies in several industries. LWE is located in northern Utah and has performed work throughout the western United States. We can be reached at 801-621-3220.
Windward Electric is the foremost commercial and industrial electrical contractor in the Intermountain West. We value relationships as we strive to provide exceptional experiences for our clients. Call 801-648-7270 for a quote or visit windwardelectric.com today.
A We are big enough to where we have established processes and procedures to protect you, but we're small enough to where there's still an owner involved in the day-to-day operations to ensure that we don't lose that personal touch. We'd love to tell you more about us, and feel free to reach out to us. You can reach our team at 801-728-0454.
This broadcast is the exclusive property of the Ogden Raptors Baseball Club and the Pioneer Baseball League. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, reproduction, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the Ogden Raptors and the Pioneer Baseball League is strictly prohibited.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. First pitch to Carmine Lane is in there for a called strike. Chance Cox will continue out on the mound. His night might just be shortened also because he's already thrown over 50 pitches, so we'll see how long he makes it. But he's ahead 0-2 quickly on Carmine Lane. If he can have an efficient second, third, fourth inning, he could definitely work his way to reach maybe 5, but I would be very surprised if we see Chance Cox past 5 innings, and that would require some very efficient work. Carmine Lane lifts this one into right field. Going over to his left is Tommy Specht, and at the warning track, he'll make the catch for the first out of the inning. So the first out of the inning comes 3 batters sooner than it did in the first inning for for Chance Cox. Much better start to the inning as he led off the first, giving up 2 walks. Kyler Stancato singled his last time up. He went right back up the middle with it. Second pitch to him is a called strike, and we are 1-1. Stancato with the team leading batting average of .475 and just increasing to it with his other single today. The next pitch misses, and it's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch, and that one misses outside as well. So far on the night already, Chance Cox has walked 4 batters and hit 1. 2 strikeouts to go along with it. The 3-1 pitch to Stancato is in there for a called strike, and we're full. Cox is someone that you can expect to strike out batters. He's averaging 5.5 per game right now, and the 3-2 is lightly tapped, and it's dived and caught by Zach Blazik after quite a few bounces. But the ball took long enough to reach Blazik that Tyler Stancato singles and is standing on first. I mean, Blazik laid out to just kind of cover that ball with his glove, essentially. It was barely even a grounding play, but it just didn't happen in nearly enough time to make a play to first. And it's now Colson Lawrence, who the team leader in home runs. Stancato will steal second, and he'll get there safely. That's steal number 65 on the season for the Ogden Raptors, and that's Stancato's 6th. A 1 pitch to Lawrence. He hits this one hard, but into the netting foul above the Great Falls Voyagers dugout, and it's 0-2 to him. Credit to Chance Cox. He's just gone right at Colson Lawrence, who homered off of him into center field in the first pitch that he saw his last time up. But Chance Cox did not back down. The 0-2 pitch is pulled, and that's going to go down into left field as a base hit. Kyler Stancato rounds third, stays where he is, and the runners will now be at the corners with 1 out as Colson Lawrence is 2 for 2 on the night so far with a home run and a single. So bring up Sebastian Greco, who's one of the 2 victims of a Chance Cox strikeout tonight. Cole Jordan being the other. Greco stands at the ready. First pitch to him. He gets under it. It's high in the air, and it'll steal out of play right above us. I mean, that sound reverberated here in the booth. It made me jump. Technical director Alan Hill handled it a little bit better than I did. The 0-1 pitch to Greco. That one misses outside. It gets past Barranca, and coming home to score will be Kyler Stancato. And Colson Lawrence makes it to second on that wild pitch. The Raptors now lead it 7-2. Five-run lead, and the fans here at Lindquist Field who have continued to file in on this Friday night are excited. All of them enjoying the various Pepsi products that are offered here at Lindquist Field. The 1-1 pitch now to Sebastian Greco with Lawrence on second. He swings and misses for strike two. One out in this inning thus far. Greco's jersey flaps in the wind. The next pitch misses too low. Chance Cox, the pitcher, has a decent amount of flow. For anyone who doesn't know what that means, that's hair coming out of the back of his hat, and it is whipping in the wind. You can see it on every pitch. The 2-2 is lifted high in the air. The wind has got it, and that's going to go out of the field foul. It bounces right by O-Town and then actually ricochets back up into the stands, much to the delight of a little daughter who's cheering for her dad who just caught that ball. You can see him on your screen if you're watching on HTN. I mean, he kept the backpack on. He kept holding the drinks and the different blow-up bangers. I mean, that's impressive stuff. The 2-2 pitch is down in the dirt, and we're full to Sebastian Greco. The Ogden Raptors fans pleased to have baseball back in Ogden after about a week and a half, and they've shown out on a Friday night. The full count offering is swung on and missed, and Sebastian Greco walks back to the dugout after a strikeout swinging for the second time tonight, and that's out number 2 of this second inning. Two outs now for Gio Ferraro. So far, both of his at-bats have come with 2 outs, as Sebastian Greco has struck out for the second out of the inning both times. He gets under this one and lifts it into center field, but it doesn't have nearly enough power, and settling under it is Vincent Temesiri for the third out of the inning, but the Raptors score one more run, and they lead this one 7-2 as we head into the top of the third inning after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
From providing a great member experience to providing easy access to your accounts with our mobile app, we are here to help you along your journey. Call 801-399-9728 for more information or visit ascentcu.com.
Are you okay? You seem upset. Turns out you were right. Our car was breaking down and we did need a new one with a loan from America First Credit Union. Me saying there was no hurry and to wait was wrong. Hey, on the bright side, we got to meet Huey.
Get your money working with our low-rate auto loans, now with no payments for 90 days.
This can keep a battle buddy safe from the risk of suicide. I get it, it's just a phone. But when you call a friend, you show that you care, which can help them fight their inner battle. Now drop and call 20 people.
Welcome back from the break. Tonight's broadcast is presented on the Home Team Network for live video streaming, on YouTube for audio-only coverage, and on 88.9 FM for In the Park Radio.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. Tickets are on sale now by calling 801-393-2450 or at ogden-raptors.com, or simply stop by the Lindquist Field box office in person at 23rd and Lincoln. The Raptors are the 9th highest attended sports team in Utah, including the colleges, and they're the #1 attended venue north of Salt Lake, so come and be part of it here at Lindquist. Lucas Boson steps in for his third inning of work. First pitch misses outside to Tommy Specht, who grounded out to Chase Valentine at shortstop his last time up. The Ogden Raptors lead this one 7-2, and we're in the top of the third inning. The 1-0 pitch is fouled out of play. It's 1-1 now for Lucas Boson going against Specht. At one point during this season, the Raptors had the best offense of any team in the Pioneer League, but they had the 9th best, which you could also argue is the 3rd worst pitching staff. And that was really why the losses in that column were continuing to stack up as the 1-1 worked in there for a called strike 1-2. I mean, even in a lot of their losses, the Raptors 19-14 on the year, they were batting, 10 or more runs across the plate. The pitching staff was just struggling a little bit to keep the other team from scoring. But recently, with the additions of Caleb Bunch, Lucas Boson, you also have Jason Schaff, who did incredibly well out there in Boise. That pitching staff is starting to come together, but this one is hit hard, deep into right field, and you can forget about it. A home run by Tommy Specht, and he gets his team within 4. It's still 7-3. Raptors lead it. No doubt off the bat of Tommy Specht. He hit that one hard, being a lefty, a pull swing, and it sailed out of this park. Really a no-doubter. That's his 4th home run of the season. The 48th of the season for the Great Falls Voyagers, and there's a lot of game left. Yes, they went down 6-0 early, 7-2 after 2 innings, but a lot can happen in this Pioneer League with how prevalent the bats are. One big inning, and the team could be right back in this one. The 1-0 pitch is pulled foul by Kyle Schmack. Now it's 1-1. Each team has 1 home run in this game thus far. Colson Lawrence, the owner of it for the Raptors, and now Tommy Specht for the Great Falls Voyagers. The 1-1 pitch is hit hard in the air into center field. Colson Lawrence ranges over to his left, and he'll make the play in right center field for the first out of the inning. The outfielders seem to have adjusted pretty well to the wind, but every single ball is requiring a bit of a foot race shading to the outfielders' left sides. Coming up now is the shortstop, Trey Cruz. He hits this one deep into right field, almost the same spot as Tommy Specht, and that one's out of here as well. The Voyagers lefties using the wind well right now, getting it up into the jet stream and just letting it essentially draw out over the right field fence. 2 home runs and 3 batters, and the Voyagers now just trail by 3. Trey Cruz didn't even need to watch a single pitch fly past him. Just saw the first one and went with it. Stepping in now is Ethan Ott, the designated hitter tonight. First pitch to him is a ball from Lucas Boson. The 1-0 pitch is barely grounded. Boson will handle it and give it off over to Ferraro at first base for the second out of the inning. The thing about the Raptors offense is that they're going to put up a fair amount of runs in a game. So if you are a pitcher, yeah, you can get a little rattled when you give up 2 home runs, but at the same time, your team's put up 7 runs through 2 innings. You have to feel like you have a bit of a padding. With 2 outs, if Boson can get out of this inning with Anthony Swenda sitting down right now, it's just 2 runs, not a massive amount of damage. The first pitch is too high, and Swenda did not go around, so it's ball 1. Swenda walked his last time up and then came around to score. He represented the first run scored by the Great Falls Voyagers. He was the one who was ultimately walked in when Vincent Temisberry worked to walk against Lucas Boson. He now looks at a 2-0 count. Here comes the pitch, and that one misses outside as well, and it's 3-0 quickly to Anthony Swenda. The Raptors bullpen is quiet. So far this year, the shortest outing that Lucas Bosin has had has been 2 innings. However, his longest outing, as he does walk Swenda, has only been 3 1/3. So I'm expecting a bit of a bullpen game, as neither of these pitchers have gone more than 4 innings so far this year. Bosin's longest is 3 1/3. Chance Cox's longest is 4. But a bullpen matchup could be interesting, as obviously both of these teams have played 15 games in 17 days, I think is the math. First pitch to Ryan Shawnsby is fouled away up the first base line. I think we've got some dirt in the eye of Anthony Swenda out on first base, which is going to be a prevalent issue with the wind whipping around the way it is. The wind has started to come a little less across the field and a little more into the field, so I would expect that the balls are just going to be kind of ate up by the wind a little more than the carrying that's been happening. And the 0-1 pitch is batted foul in the other direction, so it's now 0-2 to Ryan Shawnsby. Shawnsby singled his last time up. It bounced off of Bosin's glove and over to the left side of the field, and he was able to advance to first. The 0-2 is jammed in the air. Carmine Lane catches it off the fly, and that'll be the third out of the inning. Bosin just worked up and inside on Shawnsby, got him jammed, went off the base of the bat, and Carmine Lane records the third out of the inning. So the Voyagers tack on 2 to their total at 7-4. And their bats have started to get going with those 2 solo home runs, but the Raptors still lead it as we head into the bottom of the third inning on the Ogden Raptors broadcast network.
Do you thrive on a challenge? Does crafting complex parts ignite your passion? Peterson Inc. isn't your average manufacturer. We're world-class, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. We're looking for skilled welders and machinists to join our team. People who take pride in precision. If you're wanting to contribute to groundbreaking innovations, Peterson Inc. is your place. Visit petersoninc.com and join the team that builds the future.
Raptor fans, Tara Carney, your local Allstate insurance agent, wants you to know you are always in good hands with Allstate. They can help with all your insurance needs, from protecting your auto and property to your family's future with life and financial services and everything in between. Give Tara a call at 801-606-4547 or email her at tara@allstate.com for a free quote. You can even stop by her office on the corner of 20th and Washington. And remember, you're always in good hands with Allstate.
This is Hannah with the Ogden Raptors. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the pictures, videos, and accounts of this game is prohibited without the express written consent of the Pioneer Baseball League. Copyright 2024, Pioneer Baseball League.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors broadcast network. That is the lovely voice of our statistician, Hannah Dean, who is also the official scorekeeper tonight. So Hannah Dean working overtime over in her office to our left. Chance Cox continuing to work out on the mound. First pitch to Dylan Wilkinson is a called strike. To his credit, after facing 12 batters in the first inning, he bounced back nicely in the second inning and faced just 5, only 1 run scoring. Next pitch to Wilkinson is a ball. The 1-1 pitch, and that one's outside to Wilkinson. Dylan has kind of been in and out of the lineup so far this year. He's played in 26 games. He started in 17 of those, so he's come off the bench 9 times. The 2-1 pitch to him, and that one misses a little bit too low for a ball. We're going to get a Red Pocket Mobile challenge from Antonio Barranca, and I think that one's going to be overturned as a strike. So it is Dylan Wilkinson kind of chuckling as he steps back into the box. Red Pocket Mobile Strike Zone Challenge. Every team gets 2. If you get it right, you maintain it. If you keep getting it right, you maintain your challenges throughout the game. So now it's 2-2 to Dylan Wilkinson. That one misses outside, and we're full. It is interesting to think about the significance of those challenges, right? Because even in this at-bat, had that ball not been overturned, Wilkinson would be standing on first right now. Instead, we've got a full count. But nevertheless, next pitch low in the dirt, and Wilkinson stands on first anyway. Fifth walk of the night already through just 2 and a little bit more of an inning for Chance Cox. And we're back to the top of the lineup with Chase Valentine, who is 1 for 1 on the night. He singled in the second inning. He also walked in the first. He shows bunt and doesn't connect, and that's going to be strike 1. Anyone wants to chime in to the text line, 385-240-1121. We'll have Dave Baggett coming in later, and he always loves to interact and answer those questions. The 0-1 works inside. The throw down to second is not in time, so Dylan Wilkinson will pick up a stolen base. That's his third of the season. And that is already the 4th stolen base of the game for the Ogden Raptors. The pitch was a ball as well, so it's 1-1 to Chase Valentine, who gets under that one and pops it back into the screen behind home plate. A couple fans put their hand up to try to grab it, but luckily for them, the net stopped it first. 1-2 now to Chase Valentine. And that pitch misses just a hair too low, and it's 2-2. On the night so far, Chance Cox does have 3 strikeouts. The issue really has just been the fact that he's already given up those 5 walks. But the 2 runs that the Voyagers put up in the second, and the 2 solo home runs as Valentine pulls this one foul, have gotten the Voyagers right back into this game. It's a 7-4 ball game, so just a 3-run game, and still 6 innings to play in this one. Absolutely anything can happen. 2-2 pitch, no outs. Wilkinson on second, and that one's too high. And for the second batter in a row, the count is full. Cox checks on Wilkinson at second. The 3-2 pitch up and inside, and that's back-to-back walks to start this inning. Walk number 6 of the night to the Ogden Raptors. Those free passes are just brutal to give up because they're forcing your team to make, extra outs, basically. Me and Tyson Whiting, the man who does color for me quite a lot and also is a great play-by-play man himself, always talk about how the leadoff walk almost always comes along to score. Dylan Wilkinson is that leadoff walk. He stands on second. But what's worse than a leadoff walk is 2 leadoff walks, and that's the case right now. Pell shows bunt, pulls back, and that's ball 2. So far tonight, Bradley Pell has worked 2 walks. I guess worked 1 walk and got absolutely nailed in his back for a second. Pell with his back left pocket and his white pants hanging out. The 2-0 pitch, and this bunt is fouled back. He spins around, head in the air, in disgust with himself. And it'll be 2-1. There's something to be said about laying down a bunt. It's difficult. You got to get on top of the ball just enough to put it in play, but not enough to do what Pell did and have it ricochet back behind home plate. The 2-1 shows bunt again, pulls back, and that's ball 3. Boson, Cox, who's at 85 pitches already, just in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Not a whole lot of action in the bullpen. The next one works inside and past Barranca, so that'll go down as a walk regardless. The base runners were running as if they were stealing, but they were going to be able to take a base either way, and that is 3 straight walks to start off the bottom of the 3rd inning for Chance Cox. Roll call. We have Dylan Wilkinson on third, Chase Valentine on second, Bradley Pell on first. And Cole Jordan comes up to bat for the second time tonight with the bases loaded. First pitch to him is a called strike. Last time Cole Jordan came up to bat as he pulls the 0-1 down the third base line. That'll go down as a base hit as it continues to roll into left field. It's finally picked up by Kyle Schmack. Coming in to score, Wilkinson and Valentine, and Cole Jordan slides into second base, and he will be out. Called out at second base. But that's just for the first out of the inning, so that'll still go down as 2 RBIs for Cole Jordan. Raptors obviously would have loved to have him standing out there on second, but still a very productive out by Jordan. And Bradley Pell now stands on third. So we were saying about those, or I guess I was saying, I'm alone, about those leadoff walks. They come around to score. Well, Wilkinson and Valentine have come in to score. A passed ball. And Pell has come in to score as well. So all 3 of the players that walked to start off this inning have come around to score. And the Raptors are at 10 runs already in just the bottom of the third inning. So Cole Jordan stepped up to bat with the bases loaded, and now Carmine Lane stepped up to bat with the runner on third, now no one. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed to make it 1-1. This one is grounded right back up the middle. Diving Zach Blazik at second is not able to corral the ball, and Carmine Lane has a single to his name. He's got a single and a double so far tonight. Could we start getting on cycle watch? Could we get closer to it? Something to be aware of. Kyler Stancato will step up. He's got 2 singles already tonight. He's gone 2 for 2. First pitch to him is a called strike on the outside edge of the strike zone. Next pitch to him is a ball 1-1. So now the Raptors are at 10 runs. They lead this one by 6, 10-4. The Raptors had a slightly lower scoring series by their measures in Boise, as there was 3 games in that series that they didn't total 10 or more runs, which is kind of uncommon for them, but they've gone back to the ways that they're used to, totaling 10 runs through less than 3 innings here. 1-2 now to Kyler Stancato. It's Carmine Lane on first with 1 out in the bottom of this third. The Raptors have already scored 3 in this inning, and Stancato just reaches for that ball to lightly tap it. He looked more like he was casting a fishing pole than swinging a baseball bat, but he did make slight contact with the ball and allows him to stay alive. So we'll do the 1-2 once again. And he hits this one into opposite field. Coming in on it is the left fielder, but he's not able to get there in time. Kyle Schmack picks up the ball after 1 bounce. And that's going to be the 3rd single of the night for Kyler Stancato. He's 3 for 3. The interesting part about the way that the Raptors are batting right now is that not all of it is power. There's only been 1 home run. The other 9 runs have just come off of singles and doubles, as well as obviously a couple walks. But it's been a very productive night offensively, and that might be the end of the line for Chance Cox, and it will be. Sean Rapay will come in and make a few switches. They'll take the pitch comm out of Chance Cox's hat. So Cox will go 2 innings and a third. The two base runners, Carmine Lane and Kyler Stancato, he is still responsible for. But we will have a new pitcher coming in before Colson Lawrence, and what a batter to have to come in against in Colson Lawrence. I mean, he is the team leader at 11 home runs. He's already added 1 more tonight. And that's not just team leading as well. That if you look in the Pioneer League as a whole, Colson Lawrence with 11 sits at the third most home runs of anyone in the Pioneer League. The leader is Ybarra on the Oakland Ballers at 15. So the new pitcher coming in is Kevin Warwick. He was the man who was already warming up in the first inning. He's played 3 times in their last 6 games, all of them coming in relief. Most recently was in Game 3 against the Idaho Falls Chuckers, which the Voyagers won 16-15. He went 2/3 of an inning, allowed 3 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, also gave up 1 home run in 6 batters faced. The Raptors have seen him once before. He came in relief in Game 4 of that series. That was the game that the Raptors narrowly won 10-9. He went 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, 2 runs, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout in 5 batters faced. So there is a large portion of the lineup that hasn't seen Warwick, as he only saw 5 batters. But he's been a fairly reliable relief pitcher so far this year. He has the most appearances of anyone on the team. This is his 17th appearance of the season. Works a 7.77 ERA. This is going to be his 23rd inning that he's pitched. So Warwick is warm, and we're just about ready to get back underway. Carmine Lane's on second, and Kyler Stancato is on first. First pitch is inside for a ball. Warwick has that submarine pitching motion where he almost throws the ball up at the batter because of how low he dips his right shoulder. Lawrence bats the next ball foul, and it's 1-1. It's quite an adjustment from more of the classic pitching style that Chance Cox offered. And Warwick's entire body really kind of works into the submarine style motion. Next pitch is fouled away as well. He almost looked like he touched the dirt with his right hand on that last pitch. So his right arm angles downwards, his right shoulder drops, and his right head, I mean, he tilts his right ear all the way to the ground as well. The 1-2 pitch, that one misses outside. And then he pairs that motion with what he just did there, which is more of the classic over-the-shoulder style. So not only are you dealing with different speeds and everything with Kevin Warwick, but you also don't know the arm angle that he's going to deliver the ball from. 2-2, he goes submarine on this one, and Lawrence bats it away, foul to stay alive. Colson Lawrence has had a great season for the Raptors thus far. He's batting .397, the best batting average of anyone on the team with significant at-bats. And this was pretty expected. Ed Campanello, the hitting coach for the Ogden Raptors, said before the season that Colson has the most raw power of anyone he's seen in the last 5 years. The 2-2 pitch works inside on him, and we're full. Lawrence batted .286 in their series against Boise. As the full count pitch is caught on 1 hop, they'll get 1 out at second and get the second out at third first to end the inning. 6-4-3 double play, but the Raptors still add 3 more runs and force the Great Falls Voyagers to switch their pitcher. They lead this one 10-4 as we head into the top of the 4th inning after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
GCB Computers. Refurbished, reliable, and ready to go. The computer you need at the price you can afford.
Are you okay? You seem upset. Turns out you were right. Our car was breaking down and we did need a new one with a loan from America First Credit Union. Me saying there was no hurry and to wait was wrong. Hey, on the bright side, we got to meet Huey.
Get your money working with our low-rate auto loans, now with no payments for 90 days.
Do you thrive on a challenge? Does crafting complex parts ignite your passion? Peterson Inc. isn't your average manufacturer. We're world-class, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. We're looking for skilled welders and machinists to join our team. People who take pride in precision. If you're wanting to contribute to groundbreaking innovations, Peterson Inc. is your place. Visit petersoninc.com and join the team that builds the future.
Welcome back from the break. Tonight's broadcast is presented on the Home Team Network for live video streaming, on YouTube for audio-only coverage, and on 88.9 FM for In the Park Radio.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. Arden Locke bringing you this one solo on this Friday night. Tomorrow, the Ogden Raptors will take on the Great Falls Voyagers under their alternate identity, their Saturday identity, the Utah Fry Sauce. So if anyone is in town and wants to come watch, the Fry Sauce games are pretty electric. The 1-0 pitch misses outside. It's 2-0. Lucas Boson continues his work on the mound, this time going against Antonio Barranca to start the inning. The 2-0 pitch is fouled back for strike one. So far, Barranca has not registered an at-bat as he walked his last time up. Barranca is their reliable catcher. He and Blake Wilhoit kind of interchange at that position. The 2-1 is batted back. But Barranca is more consistent from a defensive perspective behind the plate, but he's been struggling at the plate in the batter's box, batting .237. Blake Wilhoit, the other catcher they use, bats .318. I'd be expecting to see Wilhoit either in game 2 or 3 during this series. The 2-2 pitch misses barely outside, and we're full. The fans are rowdy here, powered by their Pepsi products and probably even maybe some Lucky Slice pizza, which also has a vendor here. The full count pitch works up and in on Barranca, and that's going to be a walk. That's his second walk that he's worked of the night. The fans at Lindquist Field tonight have the inflatable clappers that you'll see along the behind the baskets at basketball games where the fans are trying to distract the away players from shooting their free throws. A lot of the fans have those here at the park. The first pitch is batted away, foul to Vincent Temesbury. Temesbury also walked his last time up. So far tonight, Boson faced the minimum through 5 batters and then went on to walk 3 of the next 4 in the second inning. A few of them went on to score. He gave up 2 home runs in the top of the third. And this one is hit hard into right center field. That'll bounce off the base of the right field wall. Going from first base all the way to third, and now coming around to score is Antonio Barranca. And he's showing that catchers can have speed, scoring all the way from first off of a Vincent Temesbury double. The Great Falls Voyagers trail it just by 5 now. So this game is really becoming a case study on how often leadoff walks come around to score. So far, we've had 2 leadoff walks. Both of them have come around, or 3 leadoff walks, excuse me. All of them have come around to score. Chase Valentine walked in the first, came around to score. And then Dylan Wilkinson in the third, he went on to score. Now, Antonio Barranca. Vincent Temesbury stands on second as the bunt is laid down up the third base line. Boson bare hands it and is unable to make a play. A perfectly executed bunt by Zach Blazik advances Vincent Temesbury 90 feet, and he stands safely on first. There is something to be said about a well-executed bunt. And Zach Blazik showed exactly what one of those looks like. So now with no outs, it's time for Tommy Specht. The lefty with a wide open batting stance. Runners on the corners. Pitch is blocked by Dylan Wilkinson. It rolls all the way back into the infield. He goes behind Specht, actually, but the runners stay where they are. So far this year, Specht is batting at .297, but he has the most triples of anyone on the team at 7. For reference, most team leading amounts of triples is like 2 or 3. 7 is insane. The 1-0 is hit between the gap of first and second base. That's going to be enough to score Vincent Temesbury from third. And it will extend Zach Blazik from first all the way to third. So the runner's still on the corners, but it's different runners that Vincent Temesbury has scored. And the Great Falls Voyagers bats are getting going, and they're playing their style baseball. They use a walk, and then they have just a couple, a double, a single, now another single, and they are right back in this ball game. It's 10-6. This is the type of baseball that Sean Rapay is used to seeing out of his team. They play that small ball. They get the ball on the ground. Dylan Wilkinson will have a mound visit with Boson. There is a right-handed pitcher warming up for the Ogden Raptors in the dugout. I believe that's Jose Ballista. But it is still Lucas Boson's game at this point. Runners on the corners. It's Blazik on third and Specht on first. First pick to Tommy Specht is in the dirt. Bounces to the left of Dylan Wilkinson, and he scuttles over to grab it, and runners will stay. The runner on third will stay where they are, but Zach Blazik is able to steal second. So now it's runners on third and second with no outs still. And Kyle Schmack, who was the hot bat of the series last time they came to Utah, is up to bat with a 1-0 count in his favor. He batted .571 last time they were in Ogden. Boson hangs his right arm with the ball at his side. Now into the pitch, the 1-0. That one doesn't dip down into the zone quite enough, and it's 2-0. Boson so far tonight has walked 5 batters, and he's allowed six runs off 6 hits. This one is batted out of play foul over the right field line. It'll be 2-2. Boson only 1 strikeout tonight, although that's going to be pretty expected for him. In his 2 starts, he's only had 2 strikeouts. He's a guy that just forces the ball into play more often. Here comes the pitch, and that's swung on and missed for the second strike of the at-bat. Two now to Kyle Schmack. So far tonight, he has struck out and flown out. So the Raptors have held his bat at bay thus far, looking to do it one more time with runners on second and third. The pitch is swung on and missed. Kyle Schmack way ahead of that one. But the Raptors still in a bit of a hole as they only have 1 out. Kyle Schmack has been the sole recipient of the strikeouts for the Great Falls Voyagers, and we're going to get a mound visit from Evan Parker, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the road for Lucas Boson. So he lasts 3 1/3 innings. The runners on second and third are still going to be his responsibility. And coming in will be number 31, Jose Ballista. Ballista is a player that the Raptors picked up from the Missoula Paddleheads. The Paddleheads were the Raptors' first at-home series. And if anyone remembers, the Raptors actually picked up Ballista and Parker McMahon from the pitching staff of the Paddleheads after that series. McMahon no longer on the Raptors, but Ballista has stayed with them. So far on the year, he's worked a 6.11 ERA. This is going to be his 8th appearance. All of those appearances have come in relief. He's pitched 17 2/3 innings, giving up 21 hits, 13 runs, 12 of them earned. He's walked 6 batters and struck out 9. An opponent's bat just north of 300 against him. 304 is what the opponents are batting. But recently, he pitched in Game 4 against the Boise Hawks, which was the game that the Raptors saw their largest margin of defeat, 15-5. He went an inning and 2/3, gave up 5 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks against 11 batters. But his outing in Game 1, which the Raptors just narrowly lost. He went 3 2/3 of an inning, gave up just 2 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts across 14 batters. So the promising part about Ballista is that he can go a pretty long distance in relief. Against Great Falls in Game 6, he went 4 2/3 innings in relief. And so where he's coming in this position now, where he's coming in the 4th inning, you'd love for him to last 3 or 4 innings and get you to the 6th or 7th inning if you're the Ogden Raptors. So Ballista is ready to go, and it'll bring up Trey Cruz. 2 runs have already scored in this inning so far for the Great Falls Voyagers. They looked at a 6-0 deficit after the first inning and a 7-2 deficit after the second. But they've just really consistently been putting up 2s in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th innings. And they now just have a 4-run deficit. It's 10-6 in favor of the Raptors. Ballista is ready to rumble. Trey Cruz, the tall, standing shortstop, will step in to bat. Left-hander going against the righty Ballista. Trey Cruz stands at 6'3" and 200 pounds. First pitch to him, misses too low in the dirt for ball 1. Trey Cruz had a solid last 6 games. Across the last 6, he's batted 10 for 25, and that puts him at 400 for batting across those 6 games. So he is trending upwards, as on the season he bats 351. The Voyagers only have 1 bat above 400 who has had significant at-bats. The 0-1 pitch, he did not go around. That was the 1-0 pitch. I think the scoreboard might be wrong. So it's runners on 2nd and 3rd. Ballista trying to help the Raptors out of a bit of a jam here in the top of the 4th inning. Here comes the pitch, and that one's too low in the dirt. Wilkinson snags it. And we'll get a possible replacement ball for Ballista, but he doesn't look like he wants it. And he will take it. The infield's playing pretty deep, as we are 2-1. I was correct. So that's a 2-1 count now to Trey Cruz. Valentine and Cole Jordan, who play 2nd and shortstop, are standing on the outfield grass. 1st and 3rd are just inside that. This one is tapped foul. It went into the infield, but it hit home plate first, so that'll go down. Well, actually, I think it hit the front right shin of Trey Cruz, the way that he's kind of shaking it out right now. So he'll have a 2-2 count on him. Cruz flew out his first time up, but then was one of the 2 solo homers that came in the 3rd inning. Ballista looking to sit down the first batter that he faces, and also put the Raptors in a position to leave 2 runners stranded. Runners on 2nd and 3rd, excuse me. The 2-2 pitch is hit foul, opposite field. And nice hands from the coach coming into the dugout for the Raptors. He caught that one off of the netting that's protecting the fans who sit along first base. So it's 2-2 once again to Trey Cruz. Ballista checks on Specht on 2nd. Winds and deals. And that's fouled back as well off of the other foot now for Trey Cruz. And he's going through battle in the batter's box right now. He'll wave off their athletic trainer, but he has now taken a foul ball off of his front shin and his back shin. And through it all, his Air Jordan cleats have looked great. He's rocking the classic Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls colorway with the red, white, and black. Those are some clean cleats, and he was probably thrilled to find out that he was playing for a red team, as he can actually wear those cleats with the red jerseys and have them look good. It's 2-2 to Trey Cruz again with his battered shins during this at-bat. Runners are still on 2nd and 3rd. Ballista stands at the ready. He takes slightly longer. Pitch clock down to 5. He kicks and deals, and this one is hit and pulled hard into right field. That bounces just one bounce shy of the wall, now bounces off of it. Bradley Pell unable to read the bounce very well, and both runners, Blazik and Specht, will easily score. And Trey Cruz, despite going to battle in the batter's box, makes it to second before the ball is even back in the infield. And the Great Falls Voyagers are now within 2. 10-8 in favor of the Raptors, but the Great Falls Voyagers are just continuing to claw their way back into this one. That was a great at-bat by Trey Cruz. He just continued to battle. Cleared the bases for Ethan Ott. First pitch to Ethan Ott misses outside. Highest scoring inning of the night for the Raptors thus far, or for the Voyagers, thus far. They've scored 4. Ethan Ott stands at the ready as Ballista checks on the runner at second. A wave and a miss. 4-strike-1 makes the count 1-1. The Raptor fans in attendance being encouraged by the big screen out in left field to make noise as the floodlights are on here at Lindquist Field. It's 8:08 p.m. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and that one catches the bottom right side of the strike zone for strike 2. Ethan Ott has flown out to right field and then grounded out to the pitcher. He's 0 for 2 on the night thus far. Here comes the 1-2 pitch with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. And that one's too low for ball 2. The Great Falls Voyagers are 13-20 on the season. They are 5-5 in their last 10. Looking at string 2 wins together. The 2-2 is tapped, coming in on it is Chase Valentine. He'll grab it, make the throw. What a play from Valentine. The runner holds up on second. Valentine scooped up that ball and threw it on a line drive off to first in the same step. And he needed to, as that ball did not come to him at shortstop with a lot of heat. He had to make a quick transition, and man, he did. What a play. 2 outs now for Anthony Swenda. He's walked his last 2 times up. He represents the tying run if he were to score. The first pitch misses way outside. Swenda doesn't have the hottest bat. Bats at .315. He struggled in their last series, though, batting just above 200 as the 1-0 pitch catches the bottom of the zone for a called strike. The Raptors still out hitting the Voyagers 9-7, and they are leading them by that same margin of 2. The 1-1 pitch is too low, and it's ball 2. Two-one pitch as Ballista pulls back into his motion. He kicks and deals, and this one is hit into the air. That'll go down as a base hit into right center field. Coming around from second to score is Trey Cruz. And going to second before the ball is in the infield once again, and switching places with him is Anthony Swenda. An RBI double gets the Great Falls Voyagers within 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a ball game. Just an impressive level of fight from the Great Falls Voyagers, as they trailed by as many as 6 in this game. And they trailed by 6 after the first inning, but they just never have given up. And after you have that deficit of 6, you expect that maybe it's going to take a few innings later in the game to get back into it. But top of the 4th inning, just 2 innings and some change later, and they're right back in this ball game. So now the tying run is Anthony Swenda at second base. First pitch to Ryan Shawnsby is a ball. Next pitch is low in the dirt for ball 2. So along with Sean B's unique-looking batting stance, he holds his arms tightly and very close to his left shoulder and waves his bat fairly erratically. Seansby, the former Washington State Cougar. Long Beach, California native. The 2-0 pitch is grounded. Moving over on it is Gio Ferraro, and he'll underhand throw it to Ballista, who makes the out over at first base. But the Great Falls Voyagers score 5, and they pull this game within 1. It's still the Raptors leading it, but it's just a 1-run lead, 10-9, as we head into the bottom of the 4th inning on the Ogden Raptors broadcast network.
Do you thrive on a challenge? Does crafting complex parts ignite your passion? Peterson Inc. isn't your average manufacturer. We're world-class, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. We're looking for skilled welders and machinists to join our team. People who take pride in precision. If you're wanting to contribute to groundbreaking innovations, Peterson Inc. is your place. Visit petersoninc.com and join the team that builds the future.
Don't be a bench warmer. Call the insurance center so that you can get on the field and have a good time and get your insurance done properly. Go Raptors!
Welcome back from the break. Tonight's broadcast is presented on the Home Team Network for live video streaming, on YouTube for audio-only coverage, and on 88.9 FM for In the Park Radio.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors broadcast network, and we have manager Sean Rapay for the Great Falls Voyagers joining us. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
We got the audio going on the first try this time.
We've been back here enough, right? We got it finally.
Absolutely. What can you say about your team going down 6-0 early and now just getting this game back within 1?
It's kind of, you don't want it to be an identity all year. Obviously you would love to stay ahead, work ahead, and have nails as pitchers. But you want to know what? Something I could say about our offense is we are literally never out of a baseball game, and that's why you could sit there and a 6-0 deficit stinks, and sometimes it's hard to come by, but not with these guys. We came back down 12 with 3 at-bats last night and won. So, these guys are relentless, and I love it.
If your starting pitcher in Chance Cox obviously doesn't have the night that you want him to have, is the game plan now see how far Warwick can go, or is this just going to become more of a bullpen game for you guys?
We're gonna stretch Kevin a little bit. I think at the end of the day, he was a starter in college, and I know it's a dual arm slot thing, but as long as he's keeping us in a baseball game and being competitive, that's what we're just going to keep trying to do here is trying to milk everything we can out of him and make the game shorter for our back end here.
Well, Warwick induces a fly out, and that's one quick out for your Voyagers. Sean, we appreciate you coming on as always, and we'll speak to you again tomorrow night.
Awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Warwick continues to have success as he came in and forced Colson Lawrence to ground into a double play, and then a fly out from Sebastian Greco. So he's actually created 3 outs and just 2 batters. Not a bad start for Kevin, as first pitch to Gio Ferraro is a ball. This one is grounded up the middle. That'll go down as a base hit for Ferraro. So the second batter of the inning is on for the Ogden Raptors. They have scored in every inning so far tonight. 6 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third. But their defense has just allowed a few too many runs right now to get the Great Falls Voyagers back in it. So especially considering they have also already gone to a relief arm, they're going to want their offense to tack on as many runs as they can to create some insurance. Dylan Wilkinson with Gio Ferraro on first will try to do just that. First pitch to him is a called strike on the top left side of the zone. So it's 0-1 now to Wilkinson. The lefty stands at the righty, going against the submarine arm slot. He hits this one to second base, and the looping throw over to first is just barely in time for the second out of the inning. Gio Ferraro is able to make it over to second base. I think Blazik at second might have thought he had a little bit more time than he did, because his throw had quite a lot of air under it over to Shawnsby, and it barely outbeat or it outran the speed of Dylan Wilkinson. Being a utility player, he doesn't run like a catcher. It'd be Chase Valentine up now, who's 1 for 1 on the night, and he first pitch gets under it. That's a high towering ball, but it does not have much distance. Settling under it is Shawnsby at first, and that's the third out of the inning. So a 4-up, 3-down inning for the Great Falls Voyagers, and they've kept their momentum going. They just trail by 1, and we'll head in the top of the 5th inning. It's 10-9 in favor of the Raptors after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
Do you thrive on a challenge? Does crafting complex parts ignite your passion? Peterson Inc. isn't your average manufacturer. We're world-class, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. We're looking for skilled welders and machinists to join our team. People who take pride in precision. If you're wanting to contribute to groundbreaking innovations, Peterson Inc. is your place. Visit petersoninc.com and join the team that builds the future.
Hi, I'm Christopher with Absolute Comfort Heating and Air, and I would do anything to keep my customers comfortable. And when it comes to family, I would do anything for love. I'd fix just about anything. You know I would do anything for you. I won't do that.
But you won't do that.
At Absolute Comfort, I'll do whatever it takes to keep you comfortable.
Don't be a bench warmer. Call the insurance center so that you can get on the field and have a good time and get your insurance done properly. Go Raptors!
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network, and we are joined here by the owner of the Raptors, Dave Baggett. Bags, welcome back on.
Hey, Arden, how are you, kid?
We're doing great. It's been a while since we've had you on.
Yeah, well, life gets in the way sometimes.
First pitch from Ballista is in there for a strike, and what are we hoping to see here in this inning?
We need a shutdown inning, just like their pitcher did in the last half. Obviously, the scoreboard looks like a slot machine right now with numbers flying everywhere. Raptors 10 runs on 10 hits. And you'd think 10 runs on 10 hits would be a comfortable night, but we're up by 1 run. As the other team, Great Falls, has 9 runs on 8 hits. And as you look at your score sheet there, I can tell you, without even having to look at it, it's all about the walks.
Oh, absolutely. This one is grounded, passing out Stretch Carmine Lane at third, and that'll go down for a base hit, if not more. Rounding first and going for more is Barranca, and he'll make it there standing up. So Antonio Barranca showing that catchers have some speed once again.
Yeah, well, I wish he didn't. But you look at Temesbury now. I mean, I think between Barranca and Temesbury, they've got 3 walks between them.
Yep.
And they've scored two times out of those. And now Barranca just leads off with a double. And, you know, if I'm the visiting manager, right, the guys are raking right now, I wouldn't bunt. I'd just swing away.
Runner on second for Vincent Temesbury. He's got a double and a walk. He will show bunt, and he pops this one up. No one will be able to make a play on it as it's foul, kind of just shy of that America First logo.
Good shout out for America First there, Arden. I like it.
I was really impressed. They put down the spray paint for the logo. You got some talented people on the grounds crew out here.
Well, after a while, when you first do it, it starts to burn through the grass, so it's got an indentation. So it's not like they're doing it blindly.
I thought he was doing it freehand. I was very impressed. 0-1 pitch now to Temesbury. He's playing center tonight. And
Good
he
pitch.
grounds this one up the left field line. The starting pitchers, obviously tonight wasn't a great indication of it, but the starting rotation has looked a little bit better recently.
Yeah, they did. They looked better on the road. Again, Salta Formaggio is he's the best pitcher in the league right now. He stands at what, 6-0?
7-0. He's got the most wins.
But what? Oh, there goes the runner.
Runner goes to third. Wilkinson's throw off the knees is not in time. Throw actually might have been in time, but Lane was unable to corral it.
Anyway, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, he stole that pitcher off of Ballista. You got to check runners, guys. He didn't even bother to give him a peek. All you got to do is give him one glance, and they'll put the hitter on his heel or the runner on his heels, and he can't go. Once he gets out in front, gets this weight on the balls of his feet, he's gone. Now the tying run is up. We're gonna play it up. We're gonna bring it up now. Halfway up the middle. All the way now. Ballista stepped off. I think that's one disengagement, right? So we get a punch out right here. Slider. Good pitch. Not enough to overturn, though.
Temesbury doesn't bite on it, but like you said, good pitch. So you've got Gio Ferraro at first standing on the infield grass. Yeah. Jordan and Valentine are a couple yards shy of it. And then Lane at third is the deepest one, but he's still not deep.
Again, you don't want to throw that slider for a strike. That's how you get hammered. There it is right there, so see ya.
That's a strikeout looking Ballista's first strikeout of the night.
You look at the strike zone on the ABS on TrackMan, and he dotted the I. If you're at home watching or listening, folks, imagine those of the old enough, the 9 celebrities that made up Hollywood Squares. So Charlie Weaver was always center square, and then to his left, which is the outside corner, that's where that strike was. We'll call it Ruth Buzzy. Good block, D-Will. So the Raptors still going to play the infield in. If there was a runner at first, you wouldn't. You might bring the corners in and play for a double play up the middle. Who's up here?
I got top of the lineup, Zach Blazik.
Yeah, he's a good hitter. They're all good hitters in this league.
Yeah, 1 through 9. Evan talked about it in our interview with him. They're just solid bats throughout the entire lineup. The 1-0 pitch is hit high into left field, going back on it, and caught on the run basket, catches Kyler Stincato. That'll be deep enough to score Antonio Barranca. But a great catch by Kyler Stincato.
Yeah,
Looked like a wide receiver.
Yeah, at first the ball got caught up in the sky where it's a little bit overcast now, and he lost the ball, but he made up for it. But credit Blazik, got enough of it out there to tie the game. So we're in the 5th inning, and there's 20 runs on the board.
Welcome to the Pioneer League.
Good gravy. Big hello to Scott Reasoner in Great Falls. I've known Scott. Scott and I go back, God, at least probably 30 years.
This one is pulled hard but out of play by Tommy Specht.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder in the last couple of years since we've been playing this new professional model of baseball, you know, I used to get mad at coaches that would take off running and steal bases up 10-2, and now I know why. There's no safe lead.
No lead is safe, truly. The 0-1 pitch and gets under this one, so Ballista's ahead 0-2 on Specht, who is having a good night so far. He's 2 for 3 with a home run and a single.
Well, and that home run was a bomb.
That home run had no doubt about it.
Yeah. Anyway, we're tied up at 10. Pull up a pillow, folks. We're going to be here a while. It is 8:25. We're technically halfway through the game now.
0-2 from Ballista tries to get Specht to chase outside. If anyone wants to ask Bags a question, give him a comment. The text line is 385-240-1121.
Yeah, try to stump me on some Seinfeld trivia.
Ooh.
I won't even Google it. I will know the answer.
Next pitch misses outside as well.
Scott, I know you're watching. Mr. Specht has a hole in his knee on his pants and his right hip. When you get those pants home, let's patch those up, baby. You got this.
2-2, 2 outs. Ballista's pitch. Keeps trying to get Specht to chase outside. He won't do it.
Yeah, you got to attack, man. Lucas had a great first inning.
He did. He went 5 up, 5 down. Just after that, it unraveled slightly.
Nice way to put it.
Payoff pitch, and that one's outside. Unfortunate walk for Ballista as he got ahead 0-2.
So how many walks is that by our pitching staff?
That is 6.
6 walks in 5 innings. And they have walked how many of our batters?
7 and a hit by pitch.
So 13 walks in 4 2/3 innings pitched. And there's no escaping the fact that that's why the game is tied at 10. 13 walks in 4 2/3 innings.
First pitched is fouled back by Kyle Schmack. They've done a good job keeping him at bay tonight. 0 for 3.
Well, you just put the whammy on it now, Arden.
I don't believe I have that power.
Why don't you be the one to sit in the dugout in the 7th inning and sit right next to the pitcher and go, hey, you got a no-hitter
You're
going?
throwing a no-hitter? It's like going up to a golfer and saying, hey, you're bogey-free. Here comes the 0-1.
I've been hitting the ball pretty well lately.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, you were out in California playing.
Yeah.
Then you've played back here a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm playing my handicap.
We're finding the form. Playing your handicap, that's always a good sign.
Yeah.
Bliss is going to prove here that I don't have the curse. See, he did exactly that. Swing and a miss. They'll tag him for the 3rd out of the inning.
That was a breaking ball. So he shouldn't see a fastball the rest of the game. And if he does, it needs to be a show-me pitch. Just give him a look at it and then come back with Uncle Charlie. We going to commercial or we staying here?
Whatever you want.
Yeah, you know what? I like that. Let's stay here.
Let's chat.
So, folks, if you're watching at home, Arden is the defending 2025 Women's Utah State Amateur Champion.
I am.
And you just qualified last year. You're playing at Pinehurst number 2 next week in the 2026 Ladies National Amateur? USAM?
I got qualified for the USAM last year at Bandon Dunes. This weekend, I'm going to play North-South, which is a pretty high-level amateur tournament. Are we joined by a fan interview right now? Got a fan interview? Is that right?
We could take the fan interview.
We'll do the fan interview with you. Let's get it going.
So what's the? I got a text message here about the center square.
Yeah, this is this part right here.
Oh. Well, that was Paul Lynn. You're right. Whoever set that text in, Kurt B. You're right. Paul Lynn was the center square, but he was the center square after Charlie Weaver retired. And Paul Lynn was actually the perfect fill-in because he had his own punchlines. Charlie Weaver, I think a lot of them were, well, with other stars, they were provided the punchlines. But anyway, you're going to go play. And what's at stake?
Winner, I think if you're a final, it's some round of match play. You go make the USAM. But besides the US Amateur and maybe the Women's Western, it's probably the largest tournament you can play. So I'm excited to go place Pinehurst number 2, Pinehurst number 4. We're back underway as Kevin Warwick will continue to go to work. He'll go against Bradley Pell now.
So you're going to North Carolina to play.
I am.
Are you going to melt? Do you understand about the humidity?
I'm a little concerned. We're bringing some fans. I'm bringing a wet towel. I bought a hat.
You're bringing a wet towel as if they don't have those in North Carolina?
It's the towels, that go over your neck. A cooling towel.
Yeah.
I'm not bringing it wet. That'd be an issue. Next pitch is in there for a cold strike. I think it would make the rest of my suitcase a little bit wet, and it'd just be a bit of a pain.
Yeah, it'd be a mess. Well, Brad, Warwick has done just about as good as you could do for a guy who's just all elbows flying around everywhere.
It's got that multi-arm slot, the submarine right there.
Yeah, well, and, there it is, 73 miles per hour. And guys aren't dialed in to hit 73. They're dialed in to hit 93. So let's see if the whole thing here is to stay back and look about hitting the ball the other way. That ball's outside at 81. So that's probably 81 is about probably the most you're going to get out of that tank. I've seen him throw overhand in warm-ups. I haven't seen that,
He's thrown one overhand today.
During a game. In live play.
2-2.
That was kind of sidearm. That was 3/4.
That one's flied up the left field line, and that will go out of play for a foul ball. As a batter, how do you adjust to not just expecting a different speed, but also trying to adjust to an arm slot?
You just find the ball. Your focus is, and I used to, as a left-handed switch hitter, I used to love pitchers that would come from down below there because they'll show you the ball early. And all you got to do is track the ball. It sounds funny to say that because that's the goal every pitch. Watch how he shows the ball early, right there. So he's getting about 6 to 8 inches more of a view of that baseball before it comes out of his hand. And he'll show it to you. Now the trick is here is Bradley's got to stay disciplined. It's a base hit ball 4 right here. Got to protect. He went 3/4 and he pounded it through. That a boy. So he kind of, when he wants to put a little bit extra on it, he comes up out of the sidearm a little bit, more of a 3/4 sidearm there. And Bradley did a good job just not trying to do more with that pitch than what you could have. And base hit. And look where the location was. Center square, down low. So the bottom middle square on Hollywood Squares, I don't know who to give that to. Richard Dawson. No, I don't think Richard Dawson was ever on Hollywood Squares. But thanks for playing, Tim.
That's our
Tim Brunswick chiming in from the background, folks.
It's Cole Jordan
And
now.
it's Tim Broussard. I keep calling you Tim Brunswick.
I was going to let you roll with it.
Tim Brunswick worked for the National Association of Professional Baseball Leagues for 30 years. And he was in charge of like minor league operations and rules, on-field rules and decorum and all. And there's a 6-4-3.
6-4-3, just like you said. So Cole Jordan grounds into a double play. Has not been a great night for him thus far.
Yeah. That was another one. 70 miles an hour. It's hard to think that the goal of a hitter when you're throwing that low or it's that slow is to look at the ball as if you want to hit it to right field if you're a right-hander batter. Why? Because you got to let the ball get into the zone, into the hitting tunnel. And we're making contact 3 inches out in front of home plate, and that's why we're hitting weak ground balls. Let the ball travel back in the zone and then go. Harder to do. You got guy throwing 91 before him, and now this guy's, he couldn't break a pane of glass right now. But what's he doing? He's getting outs. And if you're a coach, that's all you want. I don't care. Just get outs.
Would you ever see batters move up to the front of the batter's block to try to adjust with that speed difference?
You can. Back in the old days you did, but now they're creatures of habit, and Carmine just needs to focus on right center right here. Swung through that, tried to go yard with that. And when it's 10-10 with 2 outs and a 1-0 count, why not? I'd try it too. But it's Tim Broussard, not Brunswick.
We didn't ever officially address together that you were correct on how to pronounce Caden's last name.
Caden who?
Caden Knipe.
I was. Why
You were
would
right.
you? I'm always right.
I know that, but then you decided you were off air by the time I got confirmed that you were right. I said it on air, but then you also came in here to let me know.
Yeah.
But I thought we would put it on the record now
Folks,
with you here.
Never doubt whether I'm right or wrong. I am always right. When I'm at home, I'm always wrong.
Here comes the pitch, and that's a walk to Colson Lawrence.
So that double play plays huge for them because that's walk number 8 by Voyagers pitching. And again, it's a 10-10 tie. I tip my hat to all these kids. I mean, you put up a 6 spot in the first inning, you think you're going to cruise for the night, and now we're fighting to stay in the game. And it's all about the bullpen.
Well, we're getting a bullpen-heavy game, obviously, as they put in a new pitcher in the 3rd inning. We put in a new pitcher in the 4th.
That should have challenged that one. That was outside by 3 inches, and he called it a strike. And that proves my point. You get rid of the ABS, you're going to lower the ERAs because umpires give the outside of the plate.
I have a radio show every week, and I was talking about this on it yesterday, that the addition of ABS also took away the art of getting used to an umpire's strike zone.
Right.
Where the first couple innings you were seeing where they were calling it or they giving the outside, that's kind of gone.
Not only as a hitter, but for a pitcher, too. Like Tom Glavine, you don't know, you're too young to know who Tom
I'm a
Glavine
little
is.
young.
How about Greg Maddux?
That name sounds
these
familiar.
finesse pitchers, they will spend the first inning or two seeing how much they could get away with the umpires. You can't do that now. Tom Glavine would probably never be given an opportunity to pitch in today's game because he was 83, 84 with a fastball, but he threw a 68-mile-an-hour changeup, and from the left side of the plate, he was unhittable. And sometimes they'd get 4 inches on the outside. And if you're going to give a guy 4 inches, you're not going to. What happened here? We got a challenge?
We have a Red Pocket Mobile challenge. The ball was called a ball. We got a challenge from Barranca behind the plate. And it's going to be confirmed as a ball. So the Great Falls Voyagers.
That wasn't even close.
Framed it well, I will say.
That would be in the middle of a fourth square down at the bottom if there was one, which we'll give to the timber side square.
We had a text come in that says Chaz Nelson Riley center bottom square.
Charles Nelson Riley, that was a good one.
Oh, Charles. It was a typo. That wasn't my fault.
No, I mean, Charles is short, or Chaz is short for Charles, so he got it
Oh,
right.
good. Okay.
You're the one who couldn't read.
Oh, I read it as Chaz, but I've
It
never
is
heard
Chaz.
I've never heard of any of these people in my life.
Well, because you're 25 years old, 23?
21.
21.
31.
My
is-
socks are 21. And these guys all died 30 years ago.
So I missed being born in the
Your
same
dad
time
knows
as
who
them.
they are.
Yeah, probably.
Because your dad's what? How old is he?
Oh, shoot. You're putting me on the spot.
I know. I'm doing it on purpose, too.
56?
Oh, he's in his 50s?
think
He's
he's
still a young
56.
man.
Yeah.
Send him a birthday card every now and then.
I will in a month or so. Full count pitch. Stancato lines this one up the middle and sliding on
That's
it
a base
is
hit.
Trey Cruz at shortstop. Runners on first and second.
See, now, again, good piece of two-strike hitting there. That ball was only, it was hit 90 off the bat. And again, you can't dig in. You just got to, when you get two strikes, you got to play to contact, put the ball in play, and see if something good happens. Now with 2 outs, we have a runner at second. Imagine if we didn't get that double play turned on us. We've got something going. So credit the Voyagers and the pitcher for getting that done. Hanging curveball right there. That was in off the plate on his hands. But he's throwing, his velocity right now is anywhere between 71 and 83 miles an hour. And the differential between those speeds is good enough. It doesn't matter how hard you throw. It's how your secondary pitches go. That was a slider. He bit on that, but no avail. It's funny, and they're not going to, that was a strike, too.
That did catch the strike zone.
Colson Lawrence, if he hangs a pitch here, he'll hit this 430 feet like he did his first time up.
Most home runs of anyone on the team, and that one is lined foul.
Now we're in trouble because, well, I don't want to say it on the air because there's Voyagers people listening. But he is prone to a certain type of off-speed pitch that I'll leave it alone right now. Inner half right here. Throw him some inner half, Mr. Warwick. Is it Warwick or Warnick?
Warwick.
Warwick.
1, 2, 2 outs. Runners on first and second.
And he hit him.
That one nailed him.
We heard that from here. That hit kneecap, didn't it?
Oh, my goodness. That sounded hollow up in the booth.
Come on, get up, Colson. Come on. Using the bat as a cane right now. Mackenzie Booth going to come out and take a look right on the side of the left knee.
What's the worst place to get hit in your opinion?
I was a guy who could run, so getting a hit in the knees, the side of the knee was the worst. The worst hit by pitch I ever got was in the left forearm in my last college baseball game ever at Long Beach State. I got hit in the forearm by a pitcher at UNLV named Todd Stottlemyre, who threw in the big leagues for, 15 years.
So
and
he
I
wasn't
literally,
throwing soft.
I thought my arm was broken. I couldn't, the season was over because we didn't make a tournament, but I couldn't lift my arm for 10 days.
Oh, gosh.
And that was one of the worst. I never got hit by Randy Johnson when I faced him, but I was scared to death that I was. And that's also what made him so effective. When he pitched at USC, he would walk 14, strike out 16, and hit a couple guys in between.
In between.
So as a switch hitter, I would just push button and get the hell out of there and hope I could survive another day.
So you're telling me that no one was digging in that
No,
batter's
and plus
box?
he was 6'10", and he was ugly as sin. Because he was still ugly in the big leagues. But he didn't have the complexion as he did as a 19-year-old teenager eating chocolate every day. So Colson's going to walk it off. That's going to be interesting to see if he makes the rest of the game. Because that one sounded, we heard that up here. He might just play out the inning and then get a replacement in the outfield and get to the training room right away because we need that guy in the lineup.
Garrett Bivacqua will come in to hit for Sebastian Greco.
Sebastian, just having a little bit of a slump right now. He's going to be fine, though.
Sebastian was 0 for 3.
Bases loaded now. If you're Garrett here, your first thought is, okay, I need to be patient. If I'm triggering on the first pitch, it's only going to be my pitch. And yeah, they're going to take Colson out now.
So we'll get Tyler Gannis to come in to pinch run for Colson. Tyler is a guy who plays in the outfield, so this might not just be a pinch run. This
No,
could
he'll
be
be
a sub.
replacing him. He also plays the piano. Did you know that?
Yeah, he's signed to a record deal.
Yeah, he plays the piano. He sings. So we're going to get him on camera and get that posted soon for everybody to enjoy. He's a heck of a kid. He hit a bomb yesterday in Boise or the day before that was like 430. So our offense, I think we got the number 1 offense in the league, right?
Second best.
To who?
Billings.
Yeah, that's why they're
You
20.
still lead in quite a few categories, but if you're going off of batting average, Billings is best. You guys were first at the start of the homestand last week.
Yeah.
So Bavacqua will come in. That one misses just outside.
See, it wouldn't be a bad idea for Garrett right here. I know his dad's listening at home. If he's gonna pull the trigger, he's got to pull the trigger on his power swing. If not, we're gonna take it and see if we can get a walk home for a run. That's ball 2. Now I would make him throw me a strike because he just hit Colson. Now he's thrown 3 straight. What school does it? Clemson, where it's ball 3.
Yeah.
Ball. Is that what?
I mean, I think it's made its way across a large amount of the college baseball scene.
Now that was ball 3. So he was looking middle inner half to something to yank, and he got the pitch or the pitch quadrant he got right, but the location was just a little bit off. But got the bases loaded. You're trying to make some noise here. So again, 2-1. It's still in Garrett's favor. That's down low. So if you're the hitting coach, if you're Evan Parker, you give him a little circle right here with your index fingers and your thumb. And that hole is telling him it's your pitch and your pitch only. If you don't get it, we're taking it. Even if it's a strike, you tip your hat. You got 2 opportunities here to put the pressure on the pitcher.
3-1, nowhere to put him.
That's down. Oh, that's a strike.
It's a good job by Bavacqua not challenging, actually.
You saw my point, though. You saw Garrett's reaction. That was not a pitch for him. So now he's just got to protect in 2 strikes. And, 3-2, you want to be aggressive, but you got to make sure he throws you a strike. Come on, Garrett. Outside. So we'll take it because that gives us the lead, but, that's their 9th walk. So we got 9 walks and 12 hits, and that's going to warrant a mound visit from their, I don't know his name.
Oh, he's Tyson Whiting and I were calling him the Montana Mountain Man. It's Chuck Shirley.
Oh, Chuck Shirley.
I'm a big fan of his. We thought he could be Santa in the winter as well.
Well, he's a WWF wrestler. I could see him jumping off the top rope, giving somebody a suplex. Oh, that's a pile driver. So you know a pile driver, but you don't know Hollywood Squares.
The WWE is still kind of relevant. Hollywood Squares.
It's a good thing you can play golf because I don't know what other function you serve around here. Dad, I'm just kidding.
Oh, he'll love it.
Special hello to Bill Parker tuning in, by the way. He lives in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. Wally Cox, that's right. Who came up with that one?
Same guy that said Chaz Nelson Riley. He also said Rosemarie.
Rosemarie was in it. Oh, so this guy, whoever's texting, do we have a name on him?
Give us a name if you're.
I guarantee you he's in his mid to late 50s, maybe mid 60s.
It's Tyler Gannis's parents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Paul and Ellen Gannis.
Paul and Ellen Gannis.
They're very active members of our text line. They're the best.
They are the best. And your son's a great kid, man. We're going to get him to perform. I don't know why we haven't done it already, because I guess in the middle of all this, we're trying to win baseball games. All right, now, Gio's got a same thing here. Discipline at the plate. That was in on the hands at 82. It's hard to imagine jamming somebody at 82 miles an hour, but it is. When you're not used to seeing something like that, it's an adjustment. Now, we got to cash in right here. Now, whatever Hulk Hogan went out to tell the pitcher, it's worked because he's ahead 0-2.
Hulk Hogan's great.
And you are drinking out of one of the Raptors hydro jugs. Yes, it is. That has a relationship with the Raptors. Hydro jug out of Ogden, Utah. Come on, let's get a base knock here. Oh, he swung right through it. 82 miles an hour and he swung right through it. But we got us a run. Should I leave or should I do one more?
Do one more.
All right, let's do one. Go to commercial.
We'll go to break right now. The Ogden Raptors lead it 11-10 as we head into the top of the sixth after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
Bowman Kemp Manufacturing has been in business for over 50 years. From the humble beginnings of Lael Bowman and Mel Kemp, the company has grown into a large steel facility supplying structural steel, reinforcing steel, and basement window systems. The rebar and structural departments supply the United States, while the basement window systems division supplies the United States and Canada from coast to coast.
Who's pitching?
3 wireless carriers.
Big corporate mobile. Our stock always goes up. So do your prices. I'm out. We're cheap, just like your coverage.
We're Red Pocket, your new ultimate cell carrier. Only we give you all 3. No price increases, 2-minute care, and all major networks for your best 5G coverage.
What's your ask?
$10.
You've got a deal. Switch to Red Pocket. Like me, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Dave Grant has proudly served the community for over 50 years, getting what you need, where you need it, when you need it, encapsulates our mission to deliver reliable and timely service. Contact us at 801-394-1621 or at www.granttrucking.com.
This is Emmy with the Ogden Raptors, and now back for more baseball.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. Kurt Bivacqua has joined the chat. I'll give it over to Bags to take a gander at that. We've also had Tyler Gannis' dad chiming in. Jose Balista will go up against Trey Cruz to start off the top of this 6th inning. First pitch catches the outside of the zone for a called strike.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bivacqua. There's a 15-year Major League veteran who just said, my play-by-play, which you're doing, I'm actually the color analyst, I guess.
You're whatever you want to be, Bags.
It's center square.
There we go.
Yeah, that's good. The star is always in center square. But he's got a thumbs up and a thumbs down, so I have no idea what the hell I'm doing.
Well, you said your play-by-play is thumbs up, your center square is thumbs down. I'll translate for you. Don't worry.
There you go. There you go.
I may not know Hollywood squares, but I can read a.
Okay, now what we do need here is a shutdown inning. You look at the line score.
We haven't had a fully scoreless inning at any point during this game.
And Balista's fallen behind 3-1. So if you walk this guy, Evan's going to pull his teeth out because you just can't walk leadoff guys. You can't. They score 83% of the time.
It's been 100% in today's game. We've had 3 leadoff walks. All of them have scored.
Now, that was Karen Valentine. That was bottom outside corner. Wow. All right, give us a – I don't want Charlie Weaver. I don't want Paul Lynn. I'll take a Rosemarie right now. Right on the black. Right on the edge.
Payoff pitch.
Down low.
So we'll see if the Raptors are able to break the trend of the leadoff walk scoring because it's happened 100% of the time so far.
Except the first inning.
No, that one scored.
First inning, they put up a goose egg.
Well, I'm saying anytime that the leadoff man has walked, they've gone on to score.
Yes, 83% of the time. Now, you also find out if the first pitch to any batter at a given time is strike one, your odds go to get that batter out go to 92%. Ball one, it goes to like 42%, and he just threw a slider out in the way. Come on, Jose. Bend your back and challenge somebody. It's okay to challenge somebody.
1-0 to Ethan Ott. Trey Cruz on first. Next pitch inside.
86 miles an hour on the fastball. I don't know enough about Chip pitching other than to know that he's not driving the ball with using his legs to generate any kind of force whatsoever. That was better, and that's on the outside corner. 87 on that one. So Raptors playing for a double play here. Again, was that our 8th walk we've given up?
Believe so.
And they've walked 10 or 9?
That was our 7th. They've walked 9.
16 walks in 5 complete innings of play. So based on that, we're on pace for at least a 25-walk combined game.
And we're going to be here until it is June 27th.
That's correct.
3-1 count. That's another walk.
And that's definitely going to get the bullpen going.
Looks like we've got Kyle Lewis. No, that's Dylan Gardner out in the bullpen.
Don't take your time. Let's go, Dylan. Get going. Don't worry about plyometrics. Just start throwing the ball. There he goes.
And then next thing we know, Dylan Gardner's on the IL.
I can tell you right now, pitchers are on the IL because of plyometrics and weighted balls and all that garbage they're using, putting so much stress and torque on your elbow and shoulder. It's unnecessary. You tell me Roger Clemens ever picked it up a weighted baseball.
We should go back to the old ways a little bit. It's 2-0 now to Anthony Swenda. The Raptor fans at Linquist Field trying to pep up some excitement.
The natives are getting restless, that's for sure. Is that a high-def camera, Tim?
Tim's gone.
Oh.
Oh, we've got word from Aiden that it is. That one is hit hard.
Give me that
sailing
shot
in the
again.
right. And you know, the man who is getting those shots for us, Joshua Ijeka, it's his 26th birthday today.
Happy birthday, Joshua. Look at that. That is a shot, man. Good shot of the sponsor, too. Horizon. Shout out Horizon. Whatever that is. But give them a shout out. Great Falls spent a lot of time and effort getting that promotion going. And every time we get a sponsor, whether it's on the uniform or anything else, it helps underwrite the cost of the players' salaries, which, by the way, folks, is extensive. And it's not just the salaries. It's the insurance to take care of these guys when they get hurt, because they're our employees and not the Major League Club anymore. Come on.
2-2, swing and a miss.
So again, 78 miles an hour. He got lucky with that one because he lost that one way up in the zone, but high enough he couldn't catch up to it. If that's in the top quadrant, center square. Now I know Whoopi Goldberg was center square too for a while.
I know that name.
Yeah. But sometimes they had special guests on who were there to promote a new TV show that the network was playing, but we didn't care about those people.
Ryan Shawnsby, first pitch, lined into right field. That'll go down as a base knock, if not more. Coming around to score, sliding in is Trey Cruz, and we're back to tied up at 11.
Tell me about Trey Cruz.
He hit both of his shins in his first at-bat tonight.
Did he play in the last week's series?
Yeah.
I think, what a good-looking player.
He, in the last 2 series, he went 10 for 25, batted 400. And when they played Ogden, he went 11 for 17, batted 647.
Yeah. And congratulations to their kid Redahan, who got picked up by the Rockies.
Yeah, that's kind of why Shawnsby, who just hit, is in the lineup and on the roster.
So, I don't know. Look at the line score.
It's looking more and more like the slots.
Well, it's beyond that. 11, 12, and 0. 11, 10, and 0. Amazing. 22 runs scored in this game. Not a single error. Usually high-run games are because guys are kicking the ball around. And I did notice about Mr. Barranca, too. He's the only player in the league that wears a one-eared batting helmet.
It's got the old look. Everyone else has either the 2-ear or even the one
major league players have the one-eared look.
Yeah.
So I've wanted to do that for years.
He's also got the 1 ear with no face guard. A lot of the guys in the MLB have the face guard.
I don't like the face guard. I don't think I could ever get used to that.
Do you think it just obscures vision too much?
Yes, I do for me. Now, if somebody asked me personally, they couldn't give a rat's behind about what I think. But it's a comfort thing. Players want to be comfortable. Rod Carew, Kurt Bavacqua knows this. He had to play with the biggest wad of chew in his mouth. I'll tell you after this pitch why. Fouled off. He had to have a big wad of chew in his, like the size of a over-pregnant golf ball. Because he said it stretched out his facial skin and opened his eyes more, so he got a better look at the ball.
2-2 as Ballista is looking for second strikeout of the inning. Runners on first and second.
Come on, Hosey. Attaboy.
And that one catches the bottom part of the zone for called strike 3. Barranca's knees buckle as he watches that one go past.
He didn't challenge it because he knows it's a strike. So, big out right here. If we can get out of this inning, we could do, hopefully get back on top. But nothing drives pitching coaches, in our case, our pitching coach is our manager, than to give up a 7-run lead.
First pitch to Temesbury misses outside. I've gotten big news reported from my mother. There's a remake of Hollywood Squares on today, and Drew Barrymore is center square.
Drew Barrymore?
Drew Barrymore.
Why would you have her center square?
You also have Tiffany Haddish, Whitney Cummings, Thomas Lennon, J.B. Smoove, Leslie Jones.
Oh, here's the deal. I know who's the center square?
Drew Barrymore. She's got the
I know
talk
who
show
that
and
is.
everything.
You just listed all these other names. No idea who
You don't
they
know
are.
Tiffany Haddish or Leslie Jones?
No. Oh, Wesley Jones, the Ghostbuster.
No, I don't think so. She was on SNL. She was a comedian.
Leslie Jones. Yes.
She was a Ghostbuster?
The all-female cast of
Oh,
Ghostbusters?
I didn't watch that one. I'm not a big remake fan. I think we're unoriginal and we're running out of ideas.
Well, those of us know they're rerunning the same movies infinite.
Yeah.
How many times have they run? I don't know. There's some
Well, they
movies that
did,
are
like-
cycling the third time around.
Like Ocean's 11, or they did the
Yeah, but
remake with
those
the
are
women.
actually, well, the original Ocean's 11 was done by Frank Sinatra and the Rat Pack back in the 60s.
Oh, so then you have a remake, and then they did the
No,
women's remake?
It was a remake, but the Ocean's 12 were different movies with the same cast.
Oh, this one is hit into Chase Valentine's glove, and they'll get the last out of the inning.
All right, I'm going to stick around for
At
one
second
more
base.
half. Before
You have
I
to. We got to stay right here because we have some
All right, we'll stay here.
Seinfeld questions.
All right.
So, okay, Seinfeld trivia. I have two baseball-themed question. Throughout the series, George works for the New York Yankees, and baseball is referenced constantly.
Yes.
What is the only Major League Baseball player who appears in the series playing himself, speaks directly to Jerry, and never shares a scene with George despite George working for his team?
I got to read this again. What is the only Major League Baseball player who appears in the series playing himself, speaks directly to Jerry, and never? That has to be Keith Hernandez.
This is interesting trivia because I don't have the answers.
I'm telling you the answer.
Well, I don't know how to check you.
Well,
but we're just assuming you're always right.
Yes. Bonus question. What item does he ask Jerry to help him obtain? Oh. Well, Kramer's connection to the situation was the second Spitter episode where they thought Keith Hernandez spit on Kramer and it ricocheted and bounced off of Newman, the postal carrier. So they recreated the whole scene like it was the Kennedy assassination. Turned out it was Roger McDowell was the secret spitter. But what item does Jerry ask him to obtain? Jerry asked Keith Hernandez. He wanted Elaine's phone number because Keith asked Jerry to help him move his apartment.
Okay. Is there more bonus questions? Or do we have answers getting sent in?
This is Blake Wilhoit's mom, also from the Voyagers. It's Paul O'Neill. Oh, my God, you're right. Well, what did he ask for?
Blake Wilhoit's mom. That's one of the other catchers for the Voyagers.
Yeah, what was the item they asked for?
We'll see if she'll chime in. Then we got a couple more. Not center square, but reliable edge player, Richard Dawson.
I don't think Richard Dawson was ever on the Hollywood Squares.
And then you've got a couple more. Let's see here.
He asked Jerry if he can help him get one of Kramer's batting gloves because Kramer has become obsessed with hitting and has developed a reputation for making quality batting gloves. The episode is called The Caddy. And remember, Stan the Caddy represented Kramer in his lawsuit against Marlboro. Was it Marlboro?
Wilkinson drives this one into left field, but coming in on it is Kyle Schmack to make the play for the first out of the inning. I can't say I ever watched Seinfeld, but as a child, I could recite Jerry Seinfeld's one of his entire stand-ups.
He was really good.
I was a big fan of his stand-up.
Because it was a clean act, too, for the most part. Right now, Nate Bargatze is the best comedian out there, and he has a clean show. All right, Chase, let's see if we get started without it. Mr. Warwick has done his job. This is his third inning of work, or his third inning of appearance. He might have come in with 2 outs in his first appearance.
Came in with 1 out, actually, because he induced a double play.
And and so they pretty much limited. He's done his job holding the Raptors at bay, and this is a really good offense.
As Sean Rapay, we talked to him in the bottom of the 4th. He said he was going to see how far Kevin could go.
We just got another evacuation notice for Eureka, Mammoth, and Silver City residents ordered to evacuate due to the wildfires going on seems like there's a dozen of them going around statewide.
Yeah, it is smoky out here, so we hope everyone is staying safe. I would assume anyone who's not safe isn't listening.
Yeah.
But
we got to patch up these pants. There's a lot of players with holes in them.
Oh, that one works up and in on Chase Valentine.
That sounded like it clipped his elbow guard a little bit. I was totally opposed to batters wearing armor in the batter's box. But now they got to pay all the insurance if they get injured. Wear as much as you can possibly wear.
We're going to get them in full body suits. The 3-1, and that's a 5-pitch walk.
And that's his third walk?
No, yeah, third walk. Let's see, since he came in. It's his third walk, and he also hit Colson Lawrence on the kneecap.
But it's also, I think that's Chase's.
Oh, it's Chase's third walk.
Third walk as well. So that's number 10. And there's a video of Mrs. Doubtfire vacuuming across the board. I don't know what the relevance of that is.
I just learned the relevance of.
Look at that beautiful pic. Look at those jerseys, man. They're fire. Is that how you say it?
Ah, you sound so hip right now, Bags. I said they were my favorite jerseys earlier.
They're pretty sick.
The fry sauce are obviously great. Runner goes, Valentine, and he makes it. That's his second steal of the night.
That is your favorite Raptors jersey. The fry sauce jersey is in a category all by itself.
That's very true.
Again, folks, tomorrow night, if you're from watching across the country rooting for Great Falls, on Saturdays, we are not the Ogden Raptors. We are the Utah Fry Sauce, as you guys saw last time you were in town. Come on, Bradley.
Bradley grounds this one, moving to his left to Zach Blazik at second, and he'll get the second out of the inning, but Chase Valentine advances to third.
All right. Again, Mr. Warwick is doing everybody. Look at that. It was lower third quadrant, a little bit away, pulled the outside pitch for an out. 81 miles an hour on the gun. It doesn't matter how hard you throw, folks. Just learn to locate. Now, the third baseman here, I think, for Great Falls is out of position already.
It's Anthony Swenda.
That's going to be a pop-up from Cole Jordan, and that's going to do it. And that means that's going to do it for me. I'm out of time. Arden, I love being in here with you. I won't be here tomorrow.
Neither will I.
I will be here Sunday.
I don't think I will be.
You're going on a golf trip.
I'm going to Pinehurst.
Well, good
We've
luck.
got Tyson Whiting taking over for me, and he's the best. So,
folks, we will try to keep you updated on Arden's progress at the tournament. You're playing Sunday or Monday?
Monday, Tuesday, I think.
Monday.
No, Tuesday, Wednesday.
We'll give some update. Make sure you text me so
I'll
I know how
text
you're
you.
doing, and we'll give the fans an update. Folks, this is one of the best amateur golfers in the world.
Nope, not in the world.
In the state?
Sure.
If you had to say, would you consider yourself amateur-wise who plays official competitive golf, would you say you're in the top 500?
No. In the world?
No, in the states.
Oh, in the state? Maybe.
If you're a
We could
state
look
champion
up
and there's
my
only
rank.
50 states, you're in the top 50.
That's fair. But then if you go look at how I play during the college seasons, I drop slightly.
Well, sorry.
I'll update you with my official ranking.
Just locate.
There we go.
Find a spot, hit your spot, locate, stay behind the ball, get yourself a blue brick, shower that club on the downswing, and make some putts.
I'll be back when I've won the North-South thanks to Dave Baggett's
I'm all
advice.
over you, folks.
I love it.
She's awesome. She's going to be a professional broadcaster. She already is a professional. She's actually going to do it for a career where she can actually make a living. And I want all the credit.
And I'll give you all the credit. That's Dave Baggett,
Ciao,
everyone.
baby.
Thanks for joining us. And Dave Baggett almost fell out of the booth. He got caught on a wire. If we got a sue or a lawsuit for safety, Dave Baggett would be suing himself. So great to have him join us. We are in the top of the 7th inning. New pitcher is in for the Ogden Raptors as we are tied up at 11 here in the 7th after that Cole Jordan fly out. First pitch is swung on into center field, settling under it and making the play will be Kyler Stancato. Tyler Gannis is out in left field, Stancato is in center, and Bradley Pell is still in right. So Colston Lawrence has left the game. We'll keep an eye. Hopefully he's fine as the home run leader on this team and just very important for the offense as a whole. He is a huge part. 1 up, 1 down so far for Dylan Gardner. His next pitch misses outside. It's 1-0 count for Gardner as he goes to work against Tommy Specht. That one misses too low, and it's 2-0. So despite the high amount of walks we've had in the game thus far, we are tied up. It's 11-11. Still 3 innings to play. Gardner stands, his feet slightly closed. He kicks and deals, and that one's right down Broadway for a called strike. It's 1-2. 2-1, excuse me. Fans making some noise with their inflatable clappers out our window to the right. The 2-1 pitch is flied out of play up the left field line. Be 2-2. Dylan Gardner has been a mainstay for the pitching staff, which is hard to say when it comes to the pitching staff so far this year, but on the season, he's got 11 appearances. This is his 12th, 8.55 ERA, but as a whole, he's been pretty solid. The next pitch misses inside, and we are full. He's worked 17 strikeouts to go with 18 walks to try to bring that walk number down slightly, and this is his 21st inning that he has pitched throughout the season. Full count now to Tommy Specht. Lefty open stance. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed for a strikeout, second out of the inning. And Dylan Gardner has made quick work of the first 2 batters that he has seen. This is the most effective that the Raptors defense has been in really since the first inning, quite honestly. Dylan Gardner and his defense are looking up to put up the first 0 for the Great Falls Voyagers since the first inning. They've scored 2, 2, 5, 1, and 1 through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th innings. First pitch works up and inside for a ball to Kyle Schmack. Dave Baggett thought I had the power to undo the good that his defense was doing against Kyle Schmack, but then he struck out, and he's 0 for 4 on the night thus far. He barely tips this one foul, and it's 1-1. Fans are still holding strong here, enjoying their Pepsi and the Lucky Slice pizza that is offered here, along with just a plethora of other foods at Lindquist Field. The 1-1 misses just outside for a ball. If you're looking for more of a sit-down as well, they've got O-Town Grill here in Lindquist, which has opened fairly recently. And they've got their own entire menu. I mean, there's garlic fries, salmon, fajitas, a lot of good stuff. The next pitch works up and inside, and it's now 3-1 to Kyle Schmack. Gardner went 2 up, 2 down, trying to avoid walking the third batter that he's faced. Here comes the pitch, and that one's outside for ball 4. Ninth walk of the night by the Raptors pitching staff. First of the night by Dylan Gardner. And stepping in will be Trey Cruz. He's had a good night so far. He has scored 3 times. He's 2 for 3. Got a home run and a double. And then he also walked in the 6th his last time up. He was one of those leadoff walks that turned into a run. That's happened 4 different times so far in this game. First pitch to him is a ball inside. (11-11), not the score that you were expecting to see, as the Ogden Raptors led it 6-0 after the first inning, and they led it 7-2 after the second. This one is grounded. Coming in on it is Cole Jordan, and he'll take a couple steps and get the final out of the inning to Gio Ferraro at first base. So Dylan Gardner comes in for relief in the 7th inning, and he is the most efficient that any pitcher really has been thus far besides the first inning. Goes 4 up, 3 down. And the Raptors are still tied with the Great Falls Voyagers at 11 as we head into the bottom of the 7th inning after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
Who's pitching?
3 wireless carriers.
Big corporate mobile. Our stock always goes up. So do your prices. I'm out. We're cheap, just like your coverage.
We're Red Pocket, your new ultimate cell carrier. Only we give you all 3. No price increases, 2-minute care, and all major networks for your best 5G coverage.
What's your ask?
$10.
You've got a deal. Switch to Red Pocket. Like me, your new ultimate cell carrier.
GCB Computers. Refurbished, reliable, and ready to go. The computer you need at the price you can afford.
This is Emmy with the Ogden Raptors, and now back for more baseball.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. A new pitcher in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's the 2-way player, Will Rogers. First pitch to Carmine Lane is pulled into left field, and the left fielder was playing way over in towards center field, so that'll go down as a base hit. Kyle Schmack had to run half the length of a track to get over to that ball practically. He was shaded way to his left towards center. And Carmine Lane sees one pitch from Will Rogers. He likes it, and he'll pull it for a base hit to lead off the inning. Will Rogers this season has the best ERA of any pitcher on the Great Falls Voyagers staff. This is his 12th appearance. Got a 4.26 ERA as the first pitch to Kyler Stancato is a ball. He's got 2 saves on the season, which leads the team. And he also holds opponents to the worst batting average of anyone at .245. So that's the best on the team. Pretty promising pitcher to have come in at this moment. Stancato gets under this one. It's lifted into center field. Vincent Temesbury runs in on it. He settles under it. And the first out of the inning is recorded as Carmine Lane retreats back to first base. Tyler Gannis will come in for his first at-bat of the night. He came in to pinch run for Colson Lawrence after he got hit by the pitch, has been playing left field, and is now in to hit. And Bags alluded to it earlier, but Gannis hit a huge home run in Game 5 that the Ogden Raptors ultimately went on to lose, but it was a home run that got them tied up at 8. It was a big, big moment. He did his part on the offensive side. First pitch, he swings and misses, and as always, Tyler Gannis' parents have been chiming in on our text line, which we always love, especially when players' families chime in. So it's an 0-1 to Gannis with Carmine Lane on first. The next pitch is taken opposite field but out of play, and Gannis falls behind 0-2. So it's 0-2 now for Gannis going against Will Rogers, who came in just 3 batters ago. This pitch is pulled the other direction, and that one's out of play. But Gannis has had some hard hit balls those last 2. He can put that in the right direction. Definitely something to look out for. Oh, 2 once again to Gannis. Carmine Lane is still on first, tied up at 11 in the bottom of the 7th. Every run matters at this point. Rogers winds and deals. Gannis gets under this one. He lifts it, running towards the Voyagers dugout, and that one is going to go foul out of play. Gannis has now hit 3 straight foul balls. Will Rogers' last appearance came in Game 2 against the Billings Mustangs. He went just an inning, but allowed no runs off of 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, and 4 batters faced. He's a guy when it comes to pitching that doesn't pitch for very long bouts as the next pitch misses, and it's 1-2. He's usually going about an inning. And if you go back to the series against the Ogden Raptors, he came in to pitch twice in that one. He went an inning. In the first one, no hits, no runs. And then in Game 5, he came in to pitch as well, but he only went a third of an inning. Did just record 1 strikeout and kind of got the job done. This pitch is grounded, going over on his shortstop. They'll get 1 out at second, and the throw is not in time at first. So the Great Falls Voyagers get the lead runner, but not enough to end the inning, and Tyler Gannis stands on first, making it there after the fielder's choice. So as Garrett Bivacqua steps in, we will take a second to talk to our man out in the stands, Eric Kelleher. Eric, what do you have to share with us tonight?
Hey, Arden. I'm just hanging out in O-Town Beach Club, grab my Pepsi, just ready and waiting to talk with you. I'm thinking this game's going to come down to who makes the first error. The other team will get the win.
It's interesting to see this high scoring of a game, 11-11, 22 runs with no errors. So I think that's a very valid point on your part. Do the fans out there seem still involved in this one? I mean, obviously they had a 6-run lead, their team, at one point.
Fans love it. They're involved. It seems like Dave Baggett has to bug them a couple times to get their clapping up and going, but everyone's loving it. They're enjoying the tie score and the battle.
I guess not a lot going on in the bullpens. Can you see who's in the bullpen for the Raptors right now? If you're over at O-Town, that's going to be a cross-field look for you.
No, it looks like Lewis, 30. Yep.
Yep,
Lewis
37,
over
Kyle
there.
Lewis. All righty. Eric Kelleher, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Arden.
Our man out in the stands, as always. Garrett Bivacqua looks at a 2-1 count now. In comes the pitch, and that one misses just barely outside. Antonio Barranca did his best to try to stick the frame, but he didn't quite get it. So now Garrett Bivacqua with 2 outs and a 3-1 count. Probably looking for that small circle. He lightly taps this one. It's grounded towards shortstop or second baseman Zach Blazik, and he'll give it off to first base for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Raptors and the Great Falls Voyagers have their first inning of the game where we haven't had a run scored. And it's the first time since the beginning of the game that the Raptors have put up 2 zeros in a row. So we're still tied up at 11 as we head into the top of the 8th inning after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
Whatever you do, don't drop the ball at the Raptors Stadium. And we don't want to let you drop the ball for your insurance. We want to make sure that you have the proper coverage and the best price. Here at the Insurance Center, we're going to take care of you. We've had a great relationship with the Raptors, and we want to have a great relationship with you. Your auto, your home, your life, your health, your business. We have experts that are there to take care of you. We've been doing this for a long time. We are your trusted choice insurance agency here locally. We are the only best practice insurance agency north of Salt Lake. Realize that we're going to take the best care of you. Give us a call, 801-622-2626. Look us up online, www.insurancecenterut.com. We're here to take care of you and hit the ball out of the park.
At the Prairie Schooner, you can dine in a covered wagon while enjoying our delicious hand-cut steaks, fresh seafood, and signature desserts. Go to prairieschoonerrestaurant.com or call us at 801-392-2712 to reserve your table today.
GCB Computers. Refurbished, reliable, and ready to go. The computer you need at the price you can afford.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. And it will still be Dylan Gardner going to work out on the bump. No, excuse me, it's Kyle Lewis out on the bump. So Dylan Gardner comes in, does great work, and now it's going from pitcher 38 to pitcher 37. And the first batter that he will face will be Ethan Ott. The kick and deal, and that one is up a little bit too high for ball one. Fourth pitcher of the game for the Raptors after pulling Lucas Boson in the middle of the fourth inning. Had Jose Balista come in after him, Dylan Gardner for an inning, and now it is Kyle Lewis who throws the next pitch there for a ball. Likely Lewis's game to finish if he can handle it. Lewis is in his 18th appearance tonight, which now leads the team. He was tied with two other pitchers at 17, but this appearance gives him the lead. The 2-0 is lifted out of play, foul. The Ogden Raptors were on the wrong side of a walk-off against the Boise Hawks just a couple of nights ago. The way that this game is looking, and them being the home team in a position to possibly walk this one off, but they'd like to add a lead before then. The Great Falls Voyagers going to prohibit that if they have anything to say about it. The next pitch works inside, and it's 3-1. Kick and deal from Lewis, and that one's in there. No doubt about it for called strike, and we are full. Nine walks on the night already for the Ogden Raptors. 7 strikeouts to go along with it. The payoff pitch is swung on and pulled foul. Good play by the third base coach for the Great Falls Voyagers, who was retreating and snagged that one with his left bare hand. The third base coach is standing pretty close to home plate, way outside of the designated box, so he's got to have pretty quick reaction times with the righty in the box. Payoff pitch once again, and that one misses too high, and Kyle Lewis with a leadoff walk has given up the 10th walk of the night for the Ogden Raptors, and so far there's been 4 leadoff walks between the two teams. All 4 of those runners have come in to score. It's happened twice for the Ogden Raptors. And it has also happened twice for the Great Falls Voyagers. We'll get settled as everything gets sorted out here on the field. So now standing on first base will be Ethan Ott after that walk. Coming in to hit, Anthony Swenda. Right-hander. Pitch is in there for a called strike. Swenda so far tonight is 1 for 2. He's doubled and struck out, but he's also walked twice. Kind of a common theme throughout the game tonight. Double-digit walks for both teams. Raptors are out hitting the Voyagers right now, 13-10, but we are knotted up at 11. The runner goes as Swenda hits this one high, but foul over to right field. No play is able to be made on it, and it will be Ethan Ott retreating all the way back to first base. Lewis has gotten ahead of Swenda nicely, 0-2 now. Really looking to break the trend of the leadoff walk scoring. Swenda looking to add on to his 1-for-2 night. Bouncing back from a poor series against the Chuckers as he just barely clips this one foul up the first base line. He played in all 6 games through the 3-game series against the Mustangs and the 3-game series against the Chuckers, and batted just .208 through those 6 games, 5 hits and 24 at-bats. 0-2 for Kyle Lewis. He winds and deals. The runner goes. The throw down from Dylan Wilkinson is not in time. And that's a stolen base for the Great Falls Voyagers. That's their first stolen base of the night. Surprising compared to the 5 that the Ogden Raptors have stolen. And that'll be stolen base now, number 6, as the pitch is a little bit outside, forces Wilkinson to climb over and snag it, and Ethan Ott now stands just 90 feet away from scoring with no outs. No stolen bases 2 pitches ago, now 2. Both come from Ethan Ott. The payoff pitch. Lewis trying to avoid back-to-back walks. That one is hit to third base, coming in on his Carmine Lane. He'll check the runner and now give it over to Gio Ferraro for the first out of the inning. And the ball came out of his glove, but our first base umpire is going to say he still recorded the out. And a good play by Carmine Lane to check Ethan Ott at third and make sure that he stayed there. I mean, Carmine did just about everything right defensively on that play. So now it'll bring up Ryan Shawnsby, the recent addition to the roster who largely came in because Aiden Redahan got called up to the Rockies. At first, pitch is in there for a called strike on the outside edge of the zone. Tonight, Shawnsby is 2 for 4. He's singled twice, and then he's also flown out and grounded out. He surprisingly has not been the victim of a strikeout or has produced a walk. Kind of a surprising thing to see in this game tonight. The 0-1 is caught on a 2-hop. The throw home is not in time. Dylan Wilkinson was unable to apply the tag. And Gio Ferraro's decision at first to go home ultimately results in a run scoring and not an out. Ferraro had to put a lot of heat behind that throw, and the amount of momentum that he placed behind it took it up and away from Dylan Wilkinson, so he had to starfish to collect the ball, and just pulling down the ball to make the tag in time was a little bit too difficult. So the Voyagers have taken a 1-run lead now. It's 12-11. This is their first lead in the ball game. They trailed by as much as 6 back in the first inning. And now coming up to bat will be Antonio Barranca, the catcher. First pitch to him is inside. It's 1-0. Comes the pitch, swing and a miss to make it 1-1. Barranca was swinging to try to increase the lead to 3 with that big cut. One now to Antonio Barranca, who is 1 for 2 on the night. This one is driven into right field, staying exactly where he is as Bradley Pell barely even needed to move his feet to make the out. And the second out of the inning is recorded. Shawnsby will retreat back to first base. Anyone is keeping score for the 5th time. When a leadoff person is walked, they have gone on to score. That happened with Ethan Ott. So now we're at a 100%, I don't know if to call it success rate or failure rate. It kind of depends on if you're the defense or the offense. But 100% of the time, the leadoff walk has scored. The first pitch is outside to Vincent Temesbury. So Temesvari now looking at a 1-0 count. He is 1 for 3 on the night. Next pitch misses, and it's 2-0. He doubled back in the 4th inning, but since then he has struck out and grounded out. This obviously his first look at Kyle Lewis, who came in to start this inning. And the ball is challenged by Dylan Wilkinson, and the Red Pocket Mobile Challenge is successful, and it will be overturned to a strike. So it's now 1-1 to Vincent Temesvari. Temesvari is out playing center field tonight. He had a good series, or a good 6 games against the Chuckers and the Mustangs. Next pitch works up and inside on him. He barely misses hitting him. He went 8 for 18, batted .444 in that series. So it's 2-1 now to Temesvari. And he lines this one right back up the middle. Going back on it will be an outstretched Kyler Sincato, and the ball is out past his outstretched glove, coming around from first to score. And the play at home is not in time. My goodness, Dylan Wilkinson had the ball in plenty of time, but was unable to make the tag. And so now another runner has scored thanks to the RBI double. And the Voyagers have taken a 2-run lead. Vincent Temesvari just took exactly what that ball gave to him. Right down the middle, he took it right back up the middle. And Ryan Shawnsby was able to score all the way from first base. So now that Gio Ferraro decision to throw home is even more important because Shawnsby gets a run out of it instead of just taking the out that they could have had at first. The double makes it so that Shawnsby's able to come around and score, and the lead is now up to 2. Obviously, it's always easier to play, Monday morning quarterback, but Gio Ferraro might be kicking himself after that one. We're back to the top of the batting order with Zach Blazik. He looks at an 0-1 count after fouling back the first pitch. Lewis checks on Temesvari at second, and this one is fouled back as well. It's 0-2 quickly. Blazik is not having his best night. He is 1 for 5. Trying to make it 2 for 6, and probably the biggest moment of the game so far for him. Lewis looking for his biggest strikeout of the night. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. I'd be surprised if this one's in the zone. And this one's fouled away as well. That one actually did challenge at the zone. So Lewis wasn't trying to get him to chase on the 0-2. The fans getting encouraged to get loud and make noise on the 0-2 pitch. Lewis stands with his closed stance. Temesvari on second. He checks him. Left leg winds and deals, and this one is pulled into right field. Going back on it is Bradley Pell. It's past his outstretched glove. Coming around to score is Temesvari, and trading spots with him is Zach Blazik. It's a 3-run lead for the Great Falls Voyagers. Two of those 3 runs that have been scored in this inning have been scored on 2 outs. And they've been the 2 largest of the game. The Great Falls Voyagers, with just a never-say-die attitude, have worked their way all the way back into this game and now have a 3-run lead. First pitch, this one is flied up into the air by Tommy Specht. Going over on it is Bradley Pell, and in right center field, he'll make the catch. So the Ogden Raptors now look at a 3-run deficit for the first time in this game. It's 14-11 in favor of the Great Falls Voyagers. We'll be back for the bottom of the 8th inning after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
Cover your buddy's 6 by inviting them to lunch with this small yet powerful direct engagement transmitter. Okay, it's actually a phone, but it's also a way to connect with a friend who feels alone and needs to be heard. A simple text or call can literally save someone's life.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. Arden Locke, and we're here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Great Falls Voyagers trailed by as many as 6. They were down 6-0 after the first inning, but they have worked their way not just back into this game, but are now leading it by 3, 14-11. Gio Ferraro will go up against Will Rogers in his second inning of work. Gio tonight, 1 for 3, just a single tonight. Next pitch, the 1-0 pitch, gets in there for a called strike for strike 1. Rogers came in the 7th inning and made pretty quick work. Faced just one above the minimum in that inning. The 1-1 is lined right into right center field. That'll go down as a base hit, if not more. It bounces off halfway up of Raptors Ridge. Ferraro extending all the way to second, sliding in, and a leadoff double is on for the Ogden Raptors in the bottom of the 8th. Ferraro just needed a tiny bit more air under that one to get out of the park. It hit halfway up that really tall wall out in right center field, Raptors Ridge. And the Ogden Raptors fans are excited. They're using their blow-up smacker things. That's a poor way to put that, but we'll find the word. The blow-up noisemakers, I guess, is the best way to put it. Dylan Wilkinson, first pitch to him, off speed, catches the top of the zone for a called strike. That was way high. Dylan Wilkinson would have won that challenge if he had decided to. Noisemakers, that's the word. Thunder sticks. Next pitch misses too high, and it's 1-1. Aiden really helping me out here. The thunder sticks, also known as hand clappers or fan clappers. So it's now 1-1 to Dylan Wilkinson. He's trying to give the fans a reason to use those thunder sticks as the next pitch misses too low and inside for ball 2. So far tonight, Wilkinson has yet to record a hit. He has been on base twice because of 2 walks, but he's grounded out and flown out his last 2 times up. Next pitch to him is swung on and missed for strike 2, and we're at deuces. We haven't had deuces set at any point in the game tonight. I'm very surprised. Might be because Richard is not manning the PA system. Dylan Wilkinson searching for just his second hit in 4 games. He went 1 for 11 in the Boise series in the 3 games that he played. The 2-2 pitch misses too low, and we are full. Biggest moment of the night so far. A runner on second. The tying run is represented by Chase Valentine, who's in the on-deck circle. But getting 2 runners on with no outs would be absolutely massive for Dylan Wilkinson and the Ogden Raptors. The 3-2 pitch misses outside. And it's a walk. 2 runners on now for Chase Valentine. That's the 11th walk of the night to go along with 2 hit batters. So there's been 13 free passes. Just a kind of an insane number to think about, quite honestly. So Chase Valentine, who is 1 for 2 on his night. I think we might have a pitch clock violation. Or we'll just take time, maybe. We'll see. Home plate umpire made a couple signals out to Will Rogers on the hill, but nothing has come of it. So we're 0-0. First pitch to Chase Valentine in the bottom of this 8th inning. He's the tying run. No outs. The Voyagers lead it 14-11. First pitch to him. He shows bunt. He lays it down just left of the pitcher. Rogers picks it up, throws it off to first, but it's a perfectly executed bunt that advances the runners 90 feet. So now 2 runners are in scoring position for Bradley Pell. Obviously, in that moment, if you're Chase Valentine, you want to be the hero and everything like that, but he does his job. He moves the runners, and now anything into the outfield will likely score both runners and get the Raptors within 1. Bradley Pell's yet to have a hit so far tonight. First pitch to him is a ball. Right-handed Will Rogers going against the left-handed Bradley Pell. Will Rogers will step off the mound. Collects himself, kicks and deals. Pell, big cut. My goodness, he was trying to tie the game with one swing, but he's unable to connect, and it's 1-1. Next pitch just misses barely inside for a called ball, but we're going to get a Red Pocket Mobile Strike Zone challenge, and this could be a big challenge. And it'll be overturned to a strike, so it is successful, and the count is now 1-2. Raptors in a position where they cannot afford to leave runners stranded. They've left 10 runners out on the base path so far tonight. The 1-2 pitch from Will Rogers is pulled up the first base line, and it's ruled foul, just barely. Pell knew it, though. He was running halfway up the base path with his bat still in hand. Bradley Pell will go back and do the 1-2 again after that foul ball. On the year, Bradley Pell has batted in 22 runs. 23 and 24 would be huge ones in this game. Here comes the 1-2. And it's fouled back. Pell continues to battle, and he's putting together, in what the words of Evan Parker would be, a professional at-bat. Continuing to Will Rogers to make him throw to him. Make him fight, make him test you. But so far, Will Rogers has been pretty unfazed. Runs haven't scored against him. The next pitch too low. Pell holds off on it, and it's 2-2. Pell is the 8th batter that Rogers has faced. And only two runners have batters have gotten hits off him. Here comes the 2-2, and it's barely fouled back. My goodness, that caught a sliver of Bradley Pell's lumber. So Pell stays alive. Thunder sticks in full effect across Lindquist Field. 9:44 p.m. It's been over 3 hours that this game has been going. The 2-2 pitch is just popped foul once again. And Bradley Pell's done a great job protecting the zone, as none of these pitches are really ones that he can do a lot with. To Will Rogers' credit, he is just working the outsides of the zone. And in a 2-2 count, he also has a ball to work with. So if he can get Pell to protect just a little too much and not catch a piece of the ball, it'd be the biggest strikeout of the night. Here comes the Deuces pitch, and that one misses outside. We are full. Full count for Bradley Pell. Gio Ferraro is on third. Dylan Wilkinson is on second. Pell is the tying run in the box. Here comes the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Huge strikeout for Will Rogers. And now Cole Jordan must lay down a hit if he's going to score Ferraro or Wilkinson. Massive strikeout by Will Rogers. After allowing the first two runners to get on, Will Rogers has caused a a ground out and then now a strikeout. First pitch is outside to Cole Jordan. And Cole has been struggling tonight. He is 0 for 5. He grounded into a double play. I guess he's 1 for 5. He had the single and then got out on the base paths. The next pitch is in there for a called strike on the inside part of the strike zone. So now it is 1-1. Jordan, one of the co-captains, trying to be a leader and lead this team all the way into victory. The 1-1 is swung on and not connected with, and it's 1-2. The Raptors trying to avoid leaving runners 11 and 12 stranded on the base pass, and they would be the two biggest of the night. Two pitchers are warming up in the Raptors bullpen. See which one of them might come in for the final inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it's barely tipped foul by Cole Jordan. It bounces over to his left towards his own dugout. And we'll do the 1-2 over again. One, two outs. Jordan is the tying run. It's 14-11 in favor of the Voyagers in the bottom of the eighth. Here comes the 1-2. That one misses outside, 2-2. Will Rogers, glove up by his chin. Gets his sign, he likes it. The kick and deal. 2-2 is pulled directly to third base. He'll throw it cross field and get the third out of the inning. And Will Rogers allows the first two runners to get on, but then sits down the next three. And his Voyagers will come into the top of the ninth, leading by 3, 14-11. We'll be back for the final inning in game one of this three-game series after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
Are you okay? You seem upset. Turns out you were right. Our car was breaking down and we did need a new one with a loan from America First Credit Union. Me saying there was no hurry and to wait was wrong. Hey, on the bright side, we got to meet Huey.
Get your money working with our low-rate auto loans, now with no payments for 90 days.
Who's pitching?
3 wireless carriers.
Big corporate mobile. Our stock always goes up. So do your prices. I'm out. We're cheap, just like your coverage.
We're Red Pocket, your new ultimate cell carrier. Only we give you all 3. No price increases, 2-minute care, and all major networks for your best 5G coverage.
What's your ask?
$10?
You've got a deal. Switch to Red Pocket. Like me, your new ultimate cell carrier.
At the Prairie Schooner, you can dine in a covered wagon while enjoying our delicious hand-cut steaks, fresh seafood, and signature desserts. Go to prairieschoonerrestaurant.com or call us at 801-392-2712 to reserve your table today.
Ooh, we're live from GCB Computers booth. The Raptors Network's on. Yes, we're live in Ogden, Utah. The game is rolling on.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. The Great Falls Voyagers lead this one 14-11 in a game that saw them down 6-0 after 1 inning. They trailed 7-2 after 2 innings. And they trailed 10-5 after 3 innings. But, man, have they clawed their way back into this one. The Raptors have scored just 1 run since the 3rd inning. On the other end, the Great Falls Voyagers have scored 10. Max Miller will come in to pitch for this final inning of work. The first batter he will face is Kyle Schmack, who has been 0 for 4 so far tonight. He did walk his last time up. Miller's last game came in relief against the Boise Hawks. He didn't get an out, allowed no hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, and 3 batters faced. Game 2 went a little bit better for him. He pitched 2 innings, allowed 1 hit, 1 run, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, and 8 batters faced. So the Raptors hoping to get game 2 Max Miller more than game 4 Max Miller, as his first 2 pitches miss outside for balls to Kyle Schmack. Caden Knipe was warming up. He seems to have stopped. Nolan Ficklin is just lightly throwing some balls around in the bullpen. The 2-0 pitch. That one catches the inside edge of the strike zone for a called strike. You could see Kyle Schmack raise his right hand, considering tapping his helmet to challenge, and then thought better of it. He would have been successful, as that one did miss the strike zone. Here comes the 2-1. That one, same exact pitch, but this one actually does catch the zone. It's called a strike as well. So now it's 2-2. Max Miller trying to avoid sealing his fate of walking the leadoff batter, as They've scored 5 of 5 times tonight. Here comes the 2-2. That one misses outside, and we're full. The Raptors are looking to pick up their second win in a row, as are the Great Falls Voyagers. The Raptors with a 6-game lead on the Voyagers in terms of standings. Here comes the payoff pitch. That one's in the dirt. Leadoff walk. And if the Raptors don't change the tide that we have seen from leadoff walks, the Voyagers are going to walk away from this inning with a minimum 4-run lead. 11th walk of the game for the Ogden Raptors. The amount of free passes in this game is why it is 9:52 p.m. and we're in the top of the 9th. As Mackenzie Booth is going to come out, and the athletic trainer for the Ogden Raptors, and I think come check on Max Miller. He's motioning towards his back. Something might have gone in his last pitch. Evan Parker will come have a couple words as well. Nolan Ficklin, the left-hander, is warming up in the bullpen. Coming into this game, Caden Knipe, and Kyle Lewis were tied for the most appearances of anyone on the team at 17. Obviously, Kyle Lewis came in tonight, so that gave him 18, but if Ficklin were to come in, that would tie it up. But it looks like Miller's might stay in the game. He'll get a couple warm-up pitches to Dylan Wilkinson. So while we have a second, we'll look around the league while we have time. Right now, the Idaho Falls Chuckers took a win over the Boise Hawks 8-5. That is a huge surprise, as the Idaho Falls Chuckers have the second worst record in the league. The Boise Hawks have the third best. That also means if the Ogden Raptors are able to take a win tonight, they could climb up into third place depending on what the Roadsters are doing tonight. The Roadsters are currently trailing Long Beach Coast. That's going to be a tough series for the Roadsters, as Long Beach is the best team in the Pioneer League. And that's going to be the end of Max Miller's night due to, it looks like, a back problem. So Nolan Ficklin will come in. The Glacier Range Riders took a 1-run victory over the Red Pocket Mobiles, 6-5. The Mustangs and the Paddleheads are playing, but their score is not online. And then the Yuba Sutter Freebirds are leading the Oakland Ballers right now. Another little bit of a surprise, as Oakland does have a 3-game lead on them in the standings. But the biggest surprise there is going to be the Idaho Falls Chuckers taking the win over the Boise Hawks 8-5. So if the Raptors are able to somehow pull out a victory, and if Long Beach Coast wins over Modesto, which is to be expected as Long Beach is Long Beach leads the league, Ogden would move up to tied for third place in the Pioneer League. The Glacier Range Riders obviously did take a win, so they have moved up to 20-14. So if Ogden wins, Glacier already has won. If Modesto and Boise lose, we would have 4 teams tied up at 20-14. But that would require the Raptors to overcome a 3-run deficit that they face right now, with already a leadoff walk and a new pitcher coming in. We've appreciated all of the chiming in on the text line tonight. We also had a guy by the name of Chris Gunnell text in. He's at the game, and it is his birthday today. Lucky number 42, Jackie Robinson year. So happy birthday to Chris Gunnell. And obviously, at top of the 9th inning, this game's getting close to wrapped up. But if you have lasted all the way through this one, which has no doubt been a long one, we're approaching 3.5 hours. Text in 385-240-1121. If we have a second, we'll look up and give you a chat. And along with Chris Gunnell's birthday, it's also Joshua Ijeka's birthday, our fan cam operator. He's turning 26 today. So Nolan Ficklin will get a couple warm-up pitches in. Nolan has been on the team since day one, which can't be said for quite a few of the pitchers. So far this season, this is his 18th appearance. He works a 8.66 ERA. His last appearance came in Game 1 against Boise, so he's had a decent amount of time off, as Game 1 was back almost a week ago now. He went just a third of an inning, allowed 1 hit, 3 runs, 1 walk, and 5 batters faced. Last time he faced the Voyagers was in Game 6 of that series, which the Voyagers won 17-14. He faced 5 batters. He didn't record an out. He gave up 3 runs on 1 hit and 4 walks. But he had a lot better of a time in Game 5 in relief when he went a full inning. He didn't allow a hit or a run in 3 batters, and he struck out 1 of them. So, see what version of Nolan Ficklin the Ogden Raptors get tonight. He'll get adequate time to warm up as Max Miller left the game with an injury, which is the rule. But the Ogden Raptors are in a sticky situation right now. They got off hot 6-0 lead. They were winning by 7-2, and then it was 10-4 after 3 innings. But after that, the Great Falls Voyagers put up 10 runs across the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, or in 8th innings, whereas the Raptors have only scored 1 since the 3rd. So Sean Rapay and his Great Falls Voyagers have just done a phenomenal job fighting and clawing and scrapping their way back into this ball game, and now they lead it by 3. They've got a leadoff runner on first with no outs. And Great Falls has had a season so far that has just been defined by a few runs. You look back at their Idaho Falls Chucker series, and they lost Game 2 by just 1 run. If you go over to their Billings Mustang series, they lost a game by 1 run there. Few of their wins against the Range Riders were convincing. They won 13-7 and 8-0. And then if you even come back to the Raptors series, there was, the walk-off win for the Raptors in Game 4. Couple close losses. They also lost by 1 in Game 2. So they are better than the 13-20 record that they bring. First pitch is swung on and missed by Trey Cruz. For strike 1. The key of not allowing the leadoff runner to score is how close can you keep him to first base? Nolan Ficklin, being a lefty, doesn't allow him to get a great lead. The next pitch is up and inside on Cruz, excuse me. Well, it's 1-1 now to Trey Cruz. So far tonight, the Voyagers have only stolen 2 bases compared to the Ogden Raptors 5. But they're just not a team that are as aggressive on the base paths. On the year, they only have a few stolen bases. Next pitch misses, and it's now 3-1. Another walk would be pretty detrimental if you're trying to keep this game within reach for just 1 inning of work. The Raptors have scored 3 or more twice tonight. They scored 3 in the 3rd and 6 in the 1st, so they would need minimum 3 to keep this game going, but they might need more, depending on how many runs are scored in the top of this 9th for the Voyagers. Here comes the 3-1, swung on and missed to make it full. The fans inside Lindquist Field starting to get behind Nolan Ficklin. Ficklin so far this season has 15 strikeouts. 16th would be sure to get a pretty good rise out of this Lindquist Field crowd. Checks the runner on first. Here comes his payoff pitch. And that one misses inside, and it's a walk. Back-to-back walks to start off the top of the 9th when you're already trailing by 3 is not what you want to see if you're the Ogden Raptors, but it's exactly what you want to see if you're the Great Falls Voyagers. So now coming into bat will be Ethan Ott. He's 0 for 3 on the night, but has walked twice. He's walked in his two most recent at-bats. First pitch to him, works inside for ball 1. There hasn't really been any correlation between first pitch strike versus first pitch ball in terms of the walks. The vibe tonight really has been that no one is safe from the walk monster that has taken over Lindquist Field. The runner goes. Wilkinson's throw to second is in time. So that'll get the first out of the inning as Trey Cruz is caught stealing. Kyle Schmack is able to make it over to third. But the Raptors fans are getting excited now. It's a 1-1 count as the pitch to Ethan Ott was a ball. And here it comes. That one's in the dirt. Dylan Wilkinson, it slides over to his right. But the runner stays where he is over at third base. That's Kyle Schmack. And a run that would give them a 4-run lead. Not wanting to risk it on the base paths with just one out. 2-1 for Nolan Ficklin. Pitch catches the bottom part of the strike zone to make it 2-2. Strikeout here would be absolutely massive. It would give the Raptors 2 outs and a chance to leave that leadoff walk stranded, as they already have gotten rid of one of them thanks to a laser of a throw by Dylan Wilkinson. Here comes the 2-2. That one's down in the dirt. So we're full once again. Every single at-bat in this inning, whether it was from Max Miller or Nolan Ficklin, have gotten to a full count. So far, both of them have ended with walks. Nolan Ficklin trying to change that outcome here. Here comes the 3-2. Ott has walked his last 2 at-bats. That one is pulled into left field. That's going to go down as a base hit, and it will score Kyle Schmack. The lead for the Great Falls Voyagers is now 4, thanks to an RBI single in the top of the 9th by Ethan Ott. And that's his first hit of the night. What a time to do it. Felt like after they caught Trey Cruz stealing that the Ogden Raptors might have a bit of momentum, but it was just taken away as Sean Rapay is going to put in a pinch runner. That pinch runner is Willie Ponce. Fun fact about Willie Ponce is he actually had his professional baseball debut here in Ogden. Pinch runner will come in as there is still just 1 out. It's Ponce on first for Anthony Swenda. Swenda so far is 1 for 3. He doubled back in the 4th, but he has struck out and grounded out his last 2 times up. And first pitch to him is a called strike from Nolan Ficklin. Small lead for Ponce, with Ficklin, the lefty, looking dead at him when he goes into his motion. Here's the 0-1, and that one also catches the edge of the strike zone. Ficklin in his best position yet in terms of an at-bat. Swenda trying to avoid his second strikeout in 3 at-bats. The Raptors still out hitting the Voyagers 14-13, but the more important column, runs, is 15-11 in favor of the Voyagers. Here comes the 0-2. That one's down in the dirt for ball 1. Ficklin toes the rubber. Just about in the center of it, not really favoring first or third base. The 1-2 pitch with his right leg closed in front of his left. Here comes the pitch. It's grounded up the third base line, but foul. Do the 1-2 count once again. Swenda came into today batting at .315. Best discipline of anyone on the team, working 35 walks coming into the game. He's got 37 as he's walked twice today. With a 1-2 count, though, feels like a far cry from a walk. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Nolan Ficklin gets the strikeout. And the Ogden Raptors 1 out away from giving themselves a chance to overcome a 4-run deficit. Ryan Shawnsby will step in. He reached on a fielder's choice his last time up and then ultimately went on to score. Lefty versus lefty matchup, the first one we've seen in this game. First pitch gets in there for a called strike. 3 of Ficklen's last 4 pitches have been strikes. He's controlling it well right now. 0-1, Voyagers lead at 15-11 in the top of the 9th. They've already scored 1 in this inning. This pitch is lined right back up the middle. Valentine takes it after 2 hops, and he'll step on second base for the 3rd out of the inning. So now it'll come down to the bottom of the 9th. Can the Ogden Raptors overcome a 4-run deficit and either walk this thing off or send it into the knockout round? We shall see after this break on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
Hey there, baseball fans. I'm Ogden Mayor Ben Nadolski, and there's nothing more American than summertime baseball at Lindquist Field right here in the heart of Ogden, USA. From the crack of the bat to the smell of ballpark hot dogs and popcorn, this is where our community comes together and where downtown comes alive. So whether you're here for Raptors baseball, the fireworks, or just a great night with family and friends, you're in one of the most beautiful ballparks in all of America. So let's cheer loud, support our home team, and let's make some memories. Welcome to Lindquist Field, and let's go Raptors.
With so many options available, you may find it difficult to distinguish between contractors and which one is the best qualified to handle your important project. We would like to make this decision easy for you by summarizing what sets us apart from our competitors. Kier Construction has an experienced staff, annual revenues exceeding $100 million, and Kier has evolved into a diversified general contractor with experience in multi-unit and commercial construction. Kier Construction invites you to experience the difference. Call us at 801-627-1414.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. Carmine Lane up against Will Rogers. First pitch, he pulls us into left field. Settling under it for the 1st out of the inning is Kyle Schmack, 1 down. So the Raptors just 2 outs to play with as they try to overcome a 4-run deficit. Carmine Lane hit that one pretty hard. Just didn't have quite the legs under that he needed. First pitch to Kyler Stincato is a called strike. So far tonight, Stincato has had a good one. He's gone 4 for 5. Next pitch misses up high. 3 singles and a double, 4 singles, excuse me. Will Rogers is still in the game for his 3rd inning of work. Next pitch misses just a hair outside, so it's now 2-1. The Raptors obviously don't know it, but a win in this game could possibly get them tied for 3rd place in the Pioneer League. But they're going to need to string quite a few runs together. Big swing and a miss on 2-1, and it's 2-2 to Stincato. Rogers has only struck out 1 batter, but the key has been he's only walked 1. And in a game where walks have really largely just produced runs, that's been big. The 2-2 works inside on Stincato, called strike 3. Stincato's going to challenge. Red Pocket Mobile challenge. If it is confirmed, it'll be a strikeout. And the call is confirmed. So Stincato is sent packing as he watched his strike 3 sail past him. And now the Ogden Raptors are going to have to put on a monumental 2-out rally. It'll be up to Tyler Gannis to get that 2-out rally started. Gannis came in to pinch run for Colson Lawrence after he got hit by a pitch. And then he ultimately came in and hit after that. He reached on a fielder's choice last time. First pitch to him is a ball. Next pitch from Will Rogers is grounded foul, and it'll be 1-1. Can't win the game in one swing, so the Raptors are going to need to string together 4 hits, if not more, with 2 outs. It would be the biggest 2-out rally of their season by a landslide. Here comes the 1-1. Gannis watches it sail past him for ball 2. Rogers with his glove up in front of his face. He's in his 3rd full inning of work now. Gannis lines this one, but it's foul up the right field line. It'll be 2-2 now. Will Rogers and the Great Falls Voyagers just 1 pitch away from ending this ball game and overcoming a game that looked like was out of hand through about 3 innings. Will Rogers steps into his motion. Here comes the 2-2. It's flied up to the left and out of play. It careens off of the metal roofing behind the fans sitting up the first base line, sending a boom through the Yancey Lindquist field. Fans who after 3 innings thought they had this one in the bag. It's 2-2 now. Tyler Gannis trying to keep his Raptors' hopes alive. Rogers likes his sign. Here comes the pitch. This one is lined into center field. Going back on it is Vincent Temesvari. And he'll make the catch on the run for the 3rd out of the inning to wrap up the ball game. And in an unlikely win, the Great Falls Voyagers walk away with a 15-11 victory in a game that just showed what grit and heart and resilience look like. The Ogden Raptors got off to an incredibly hot start, but the Great Falls Voyagers just continued to battle, and they worked their way all the way back from a 6-run deficit to pick up their 2nd win in a row. They'll move to 14-20 on the season. The Ogden Raptors, in a game that if they had won could have moved them up to 3rd place, will fall to 19-15 and will likely get passed by the Glacier Range Riders. The Boise Hawks have already fallen to 20-14 on the year, but they still maintain a 1-run lead on the Ogden Raptors. And man, that's going to be one that the Ogden Raptors look back on and think a little bit about what went wrong. You don't expect to give up a 6-run lead. But we'll talk all about it and more. We'll name our flamethrower of the game as well as our golden bat. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be time for the postgame show here on the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network.
I had a couple of friends that have come here, and they said that the education from the instructors was just really great. It was kind of between Davis Tech and here, and I decided to pick here because of the instructors. I've always loved hair, nail, and skin and all of those things, so I just thought it was a perfect career opportunity to be able to make my own schedule and do what I love. I really love doing men's haircuts, so that's probably my favorite. That, and then just coloring's fun because you get to experiment and kind of create new things, which is always fun. It's fun because they're like our instructors and they teach us lots, but they've always become like our friends, and they're always like motivating us to do new things and challenging us and like really care about us individually and like what's going on in our lives at home, what's going on in our life at school, and they're just very compassionate towards us. I would say 100% do it, even if you're kind of on the edge, because you meet a lot of new friends, you make great relationships, and then it's just fun. You learn a lot of like life skills as well, which is great, but it's just overall a great program. I'm Callie Rasmussen, and I'm a cosmetology student here at OTEC.
Welcome back to the Ogden Raptors Broadcast Network. The Great Falls Voyagers walk away with a 15-11 victory And just to go through the score by score in each inning, it was pretty crazy. So it was 6-0 after the first inning. After the second inning, it's 7-2, and after the third inning, it's 10-4. And then the Great Falls Voyagers cut it to a 10-9 deficit. They tied it up 10-10 in the fifth, and then it was all Voyagers after that, and they managed to get a 15-11 victory in this one. Also notable in this game, the duration was 3 hours and 44 minutes, a long game, and that had to do with the fact that there was 12 walks for the Great Falls Voyagers and 11, so a combination of 23 walks between the two teams. But nonetheless, one of the pitchers who fared very well in this game, and he's going to be our flamethrower of the game, is Will Rogers. He came in a game where Chance Cox only lasted a 2 1/3 innings, and Kevin Warwick did a great job. He could also heavily be considered for flamethrower. We might have to even call it a co-flamethrower, where Kevin Warwick goes 3 2/3 innings. He only allows 1 run on 3 hits, gives up 3 walks and 1 strikeout. But then you have Will Rogers, who comes in for the final 3 innings of work. Those were the 3 innings that his Great Falls Voyagers retook the lead. He doesn't allow a single run, only allows 2 hits, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. He is our flamethrower of the game. And then going to our golden bat of the game, you have to give this one to Trey Cruz. He goes 2 for 4 on the night. He scores 3 times himself and also bats in 3 runs. He was one of the men who hit the solo shots, the home runs that got the Great Falls Voyagers kind of back in this one to make it a 4-10 game after the 3rd inning. And he and Tommy Specht went almost back-to-back with just 1 out in between them for home runs in that 3rd inning. So he's going to be our golden bat of the game. Something to look out for if you are a Raptor fan. Kyler Stancada with a great night. He goes 4 for 6 with just a bunch of singles. Colson Lawrence bats his that huge home run. Going to be a guy that you have to look out for to see if he stays healthy after he took that hard ball off of the knee. But real credit to the Great Falls Voyagers as they go up to 14-20 on the season. The Ogden Raptors fall to 19-15, and Great Falls has continued to fight after losing their best player, Aiden Redahan, who got picked up by the Rockies. He was the best batting average on the team and just a consistent member both on a defense and offensive standpoint. And man, have they done a good job recovering, filling that void, and ultimately today continuing to fight. They were trailing by 6 multiple times throughout this game. They walk away with a 15-11 victory. We'll be back tomorrow night. We're game 2 in this 3-game series at 6:30 p.m. at Lindquist Field. Tyson Whiting will be on play-by-play on HTN and YouTube if you want to get the audio. But we thank you so much for listening to us tonight. And before we go, as always, have to give all of our different thank yous. Alan Hill was our technical director. Will was our field cam. Eric Kelleher is our sideline. Joshua Ijeka, the birthday boy, is our action cam. Will Edwards, sorry. Jill was our photographer, and Haven Aurelia Miller was our other photographer and media manager. And as always, our executive producer, Tim Broussard, making this whole thing happen. I'm Arden Locke. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and have a great Friday night.